Alright, pretty eye, goddamn. Goddamn, sooner or later, I'm gonna have a goddamn pretty eye me take though. I can't deny her though. They my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your pair of eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever high. Can watch you all day, girl, like you televised. They think like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I lived the beaches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course, it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. Get mad at my bestie, I tried. That's my bestie. My pretty.
I heard she's the one. She's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. I heard she's the one. She's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby.
Put your eyes on me. I'm Pretty Eyes T. What's up, everybody? So LORIVALLOW is back in the courtroom. So let's get started because LORIVALLOW is accused of conspiring with her brother Alex Cox to murder her fourth husband charlesvallow. She is already convicted of conspiring with her brother Alex Cox and her fifth husband Chad Daybell to murder her two children and Chad's wife. So anyways, all right, let's get into it. Let's start. I am running behind because it's just better this way. It just takes all the, wait time away from, having to for lunch and stuff and all the breaks. Whoa, okay. Thought we were going to get started. Apparently not. So let me find where they start at. My goodness. There we go. There we go.
Arizona versus Daybell. CR 2021-001704. State's counsel is present. The defendant's present with advisory counsel. Is your paralegal or investigator? You're going to join you today?
Yes, she's on her way as far as I know, Your Honor.
Have you received some motions that the state filed since we were last here on Thursday?
I just did this morning, actually.
Let's make sure you have them all. So last Friday I received from the state it was an email sent from the state to my judicial assistant, copied on the email where the advisory councils, as well as I think your paralegal. Is your paralegal Anna Ramirez?
Yes.
Okay, so she was copied on that, and that had to do with the subpoena that was served on Bobby Vallow. Have you seen that?
I have not seen it. I did hear about it, but I did not see it.
So we have that to address. We have a motion in limine regarding the questioning of police. Have you received that one?
I just received that one, yes.
State's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Have you seen that?
I just have those two, but not the first one that you mentioned.
Okay, how about motion in limine regarding the testimony of a video observed by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett?
I do not have that one.
All right. Do you have does advisory council have a copy of that one?
Hi, James. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate it. And I hope all is well. And I
Are any of
understand.
these issues something I need to deal with for this morning between 10 and noon?
Judge, the only thing is I would like to have, at the very least, those subpoenas that have been filed sealed, since they are in violation right now of victims' rights.
It is, in addition to the one on Robert Bobby Vallow, which other one?
The state sent an updated. We also, Brandon Boudreau is not a victim in this case, but he is a victim in the CR 2022, and his subpoena was also filed with the clerk's office.
All right, it's ordered sealing those two subpoenas. Are there the issue regarding the questioning of police or detectives about why there wasn't an arrest immediately or why it took a while for the case to be charged? Is that something it's gonna come up this morning?
No.
Okay, let's deal with, I want to give you a chance to make sure you read all these, and so that's something maybe we can deal with at about 1:15 today or later this afternoon. But do we have our jury? My staff is out there. I know one juror was running late. Do you want to have your next witness waiting in the back?
Sure.
Why don't we do that? Do you have everyone? We're still missing one. I'm about to call him right now. Okay, still missing a juror. So I think we're gonna have to wait a few minutes to see if this juror's gonna. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So waiting on a juror. Doobie-doo. There we go. So we're done.
Yep. I had asked the advisory council and the state regarding our second trial if they'd be willing to forego the first day or the Wednesday of their annual conferences for the second trial. Is that something that we can sort of hammer down the schedule on for the next trial?
So the judge is talking about the 28th of May, correct?
No, June. June. The judicial conference is June 25, 26, 27. So I'm talking about June 25th, half trial.
Judicial conference. What the hell is that?
Sign with us also, Judge.
Okay, so. And if I don't know what happened last time, but I think advisory council took the remote questionnaires that the jurors answered. Did you take them to the jail and go over them in advance, or you didn't? You did? That's a yes. Okay.
Yes.
So The remote questionnaire would be similar to the one we did for this trial. It would go out the week of probably May 19th. And we can set the cutoff date, maybe the 23rd, to give the parties a chance to go over it. And then we would meet to go over those remote answers on May 29th, the afternoon, 1:30 on. And then we would bring in the walk-in jurors and in-person follow-up voir dire for May 30th. And anticipate opening statements and starting the evidence on Monday, June 2nd. I'd like to go June 2nd through Friday the 6th. I'd like to go June 9th and maybe part of Friday morning into the noon hour, the 13th. So 2 full weeks there. The next week will be dark. Then 3 days, June 23rd through 25th. And then June 30th through June 3rd. That's over 3 full weeks of trial. I think depending on how much longer this trial lasts, we'll be able to tell if that will be enough time or not. So I'm just putting that out there for planning purposes for everyone. Is our juror here yet? Yeah.
I know for March 20th, you said the afternoon. Should I recommend morning just because we have 3, if you're going to,
Which date?
for the pre-screening on
Not March, May.
May 29th, sorry. We can go in the morning. If we have 300, I know we took most of the morning on for this trial to go for 200 or 160. I just am concerned we only do it in the afternoon of the 29th.
Here's my issue is I was scheduled to be out of state and I'm actually going to fly back early that morning to get this done. So we can start at 12:30 or something like that, but I don't think I can get back early enough. There may be additional publicity issues as a result of this trial, but I still think 300 jurors would be enough. Does the state want to weigh in on that?
I think that's enough, Your Honor. I think we'll follow the same method of just striking the one that has any concept.
All right. Does the defendant want to weigh in on any of that?
I agree.
Okay. Is our juror here? All right. Our juror's here, so let's get started. We'll bring in the jury.
All rise for the jury.
All right. Please be seated. The jury is now present. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right in front here and be sworn in.
Can you spell your name for the record? Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to have a walk around the court reporter, have a seat to my left.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Derek Baumgartner. I am a medical examiner at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office. So I perform autopsies. I determine cause and manner of death for individuals who die under our jurisdiction in Maricopa County, run toxicology reports, and like today, testify in court occasionally.
Can you tell us about your education to become a medical examiner?
Sure. I completed a Bachelor of Arts degree in American History at the University of Arizona in 2005. In 2013, I got my Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of Illinois in Chicago. From 2013 to 2017, I did an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Loyola University Medical Center. And then I did a forensic pathology fellowship in Denver from 2017 to 2018.
When did you start working here at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started in July of 2018.
Are you board certified in any areas?
Yes.
Can you tell us what areas those?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
Start with what is board certification?
So board certification happens after completion of residency or fellowship. It consists of, in terms of anatomic and clinical pathology, a 16-hour multiple choice exam split over 2 days. And then in forensic pathology, it's an 8-hour exam on one day.
And can you tell us what forensic and anatomical pathology are?
Sure. Anatomic pathology basically studies tissues, biopsies, surgical specimens, sometimes whole bodies to diagnose disease processes. Clinical pathology is more of a laboratory thing. So think of blood or tissues or other bodily fluids that are tested in a laboratory setting. Also deals with lab management and regulation compliance. And then forensic pathology is basically studying what the cause and manner of death is for a person.
Do you have to have any ongoing training as a medical examiner?
Yes.
Is that something you do annually?
Yes.
So you told us that you perform autopsies. Can you tell us what that is? What is an autopsy?
So an autopsy is an examination of the external and internal aspects of the body to essentially find out why a person died.
And do you write a report after you complete your autopsy?
I do.
Does each autopsy at the Maricopa County medical examiners have a case number associated with it?
Yes.
And are there also photographs that are taken in conjunction with first the visual observations as well as any relevant internal injuries that you know during the autopsy?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to talk to you about July 13th of 2019. Did you perform an autopsy on a Leland Charles Anthony Vallow at about 8 in the morning?
I did.
And was that associated with the OME case number 19-05897?
It was.
You told us that were photographs taken sort of throughout the process of your autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And if I can have my paralegal.
Well, don't put the drink back. You got it.
179 that have previously been shown to defendant.
You weirdo. First time I've ever seen somebody take a drink and then put it right back. Anywho. Wonder if Lori's going to be emotional about this.
Doctor, do you recognize those exhibits 152 through 179?
I do.
And are they all photographs of different aspects of the autopsy that you performed on Leland Charles Anthony Vallow?
They are.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 152 through 179.
Any objection?
No objections.
152 through 179 are admitted, may be published.
Thank you. So when you first are assigned a case, do you begin with some type of visual inspection overall of the individual?
Yes.
I put up exhibit 152 here. In every autopsy is a photo like this taken.
Yes.
Why is that?
For identification purposes.
And is that the OME number we are talking about that is associated and that we see in all these photographs?
Yes.
When you were first beginning this autopsy, do you take measurements of the height and weight of Charles Vallow?
Yes,
In this case, did you note those in your report?
I did.
Do you recall that information off the top of your head right now?
I do.
What was his height and weight?
Height was 71.5 inches. Weight was 207 pounds.
So just under 6 feet tall?
Yes.
As you were doing an external review of Charles, did you note any injuries to the front of his face?
No,
Did you look at the back of his head?
I did.
Did you note any abrasions or contusions?
No.
Can you tell us, what does abrasion mean?
Leave it alone, Kelsey.
An abrasion is a scrape that takes off the top layer of skin.
And a contusion?
It's otherwise known as a bruise. It's a breaking of blood vessels that causes blood to pool underneath the skin and in the soft tissues.
So if we have seen photos of Charles Vallow laying supine on the floor of the residence, did you note any abrasions or contusions at the back of his head that would have been consistent with him being shot and falling straight back?
No.
I'm going to put up 153. As you were looking at Mr. Vallow, were you looking for abrasions on any other aspects of his body?
Yes.
Did you note any on his chest area?
Yes.
Where did you note those?
On the sternal chest and on the left abdomen.
And so external chest, can you point out to us where that is?
The sternal chest is sort of right in the middle of the chest.
So we're talking in this area, and I'm going to pull it in closer. So if we see this wound here, where are we talking in relation to that?
So surrounding the defect.
Okay. Were you able to make any determinations as to whether those contusions or those abrasions actually were made at or near the time of his death?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your conclusion?
That they were perimortem or just around the time of death.
I'll put up some photographs of Mr. Vallow's hands. Do you look to an individual's hands to see if there are any injuries on those?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Standard for your autopsy procedure?
Yes.
Pull this back out again. What do we see here in Exhibit 155?
Looks to be one of Mr. Vallow's hands.
And as we look at 156 and 157, Would that be consistent then with his right hand?
Yes.
And did you note any abrasions to his right hand?
Not that I recall.
159, 158. Did you note a little bit of abrasion on his left hand
Yes, I did.
and a little bit more here in his fingers?
Yes.
On this hand that we see in 160, did you note any blood transfer onto his left hand?
Yes, there was apparent blood on his left hand.
When you were looking at the other portions of his hands, did you note any other blood on those?
No.
And again, 161 and 162, other portions of his hand, no other abrasions or contusions were observed,
No.
and no other blood transfer on those.
No.
Mr. Vallow was wearing a watch at the time, correct?
He was.
When the medical examiner is called out to a scene, do you go out there?
I do not.
Is someone from your office sent out there?
They are.
And are police basically told, to the extent possible, do not touch the body until someone from the medical examiner arrives?
Correct.
So when someone arrives at the medical examiner's office, are they still wearing whatever clothes they have on?
Typically, yes.
And if they have any jewelry or affects on, those are typically left on them as well?
Correct.
So in 163, is that a photograph then of the watch that he was wearing?
Yes.
Did you note any damage to that watch, cracked face or anything like that?
I did not know.
Put up exhibit 154, just so it orients better. What are we seeing here?
These are Mr. Vallow's lower extremities.
And did you note any abrasions or contusions on his legs?
Yes.
Where did you note those?
On both knees.
Were you able to make any determination as to whether or not those occurred at or near the time of death?
They appear to be perimortem as well.
I'm going to put up exhibit 164. As you're visually looking at Mr. Vallow's body, did you observe a defect to his chest?
I did.
Is that what we see here in exhibit 164?
Yes.
What did you note that was?
An entrance gunshot wound.
Okay. And 165, is that a closer up of that?
It is.
And 166, is that again another close up of that?
Yes.
How do you know that that was an entrance wound?
It has characteristics consistent with an entrance wound. It is oval in shape. It also has a peripheral rim of abrasion. And there appears to be a punctate or small little red abrasions surrounding the wound as well.
All right, so when you are looking at gunshot wounds, are you trying to always determine if it's an entrance or an exit wound?
Yes.
And so you're looking for things that are normal and consistent throughout all entrance wounds?
Yes.
And in this case, you also noted something about some red abrasions around the edge. What is that?
There is a red abrasion around the defect or the hole. And it's a little bit eccentric on, if you think of it as a clock face, from about the 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock positions. That indicates that the projectile was coming in at an angle, and it kind of scrapes away the skin as it enters. There are also abrasions on the opposite side. They are much smaller and look almost like pinpricks. That could be consistent with what's known as stippling, which is when gunpowder strikes the skin after a gun is fired.
Can you tell us, when you're looking at an entrance?
So
wound like
Lori
this,
was
you're looking
right?
for-
Wow.
You said stippling. What is soot versus stippling?
Soot is combusted gunpowder, so it's like a black powder, while stippling is caused by, as I mentioned, partially burned or unburned gunpowder that hits the skin.
Does it basically burn the skin when it hits it?
It could, but it's typically, it causes an abrasion, which is just a scraping away of the skin because it's hitting the skin at such a high velocity.
When you are looking then at this entrance wound that we see in 166 that was in the chest, you noticed what appeared to be consistent with stippling. In your report, did you use the word stippling? Do you recall?
I typically don't. I don't think I did in this case.
Did you describe what you saw
Yes,
and photograph it?
yes.
Okay. When you are looking at the presence of stippling, does that give you any insight into the distance from the muzzle to the gunshot wound?
It does.
And can you tell us what that tells you about the distance between the muzzle and the gunshot wound?
Typically, a gun needs to be test fired to determine the exact sort of range that it will impart stippling to the skin. But if you look at textbooks, for a handgun, typically the range is, you know, an inch to up to 4 or 5 feet.
The closer that the gun muzzle is to the person, does that increase the amount of stippling that you would observe?
Likely, yes.
Would that also, the closer the end of the muzzle to the person, would that increase the likelihood of seeing soot?
It would.
Okay. So here you did not see soot, though.
I did not know.
So this, have you ever indicated that for this type of stippling that you observed, you believed it to be anywhere from 2 to 4 feet?
I did, yes.
Okay. And is that because there's not as dense of an amount of stippling observed at this entrance wound?
Correct.
Okay.
Wow, Lori got it right. Holy shit.
Now, did you recover a projectile from this wound?
I did not.
So there was an exit wound associated with that,
Yes.
showing you 167. Where was the exit wound associated with this gunshot wound to the chest?
So it's on the thoracic back, which is like the middle of the back.
I'm going to put 168 up. Is that a closer up of that exit wound?
Yes.
Okay. And put up 169. Is that again closer of this?
It is.
How are you able to determine that that's an exit wound?
It has characteristics of an exit wound. Typically, exit wounds are not round like entrance wounds. They will sometimes be a slit-like, as it is in this case, and typically they're a little bit larger than the entrance wound.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you are documenting injuries, do you measure the distance from the head to the entrance wound as well as the head to the exit wound?
Yes.
In this case, what was the distance from Charles's head to the entrance wound that we saw in his chest?
I believe it was 18 3/4 inches.
Okay. And can you tell us, or do you recall what the distance was from Charles's head to this exit wound on his back?
I believe it was 20 inches.
So about 1.25 inches difference.
Yes.
When you are performing an autopsy, do you advise what the wound path is?
Yes.
What do you mean by wound path?
The wound path is what the projectile encounters as it passes through the body.
What was the wound path for this gunshot wound that entered Charles's chest and exited his back?
So it passed through the skin of the chest, the sternum, which is the breastbone, the pericardium, which is a sac that surrounds the heart, It then hit two chambers of the heart, the right atrium and the left ventricle. And then it passed through the 9th thoracic vertebral body and exited the soft tissue and skin of the left back.
So for lay people, it went through Charles's heart.
Yes,
Was that wound immediately fatal?
not immediately, no.
Could Charles have lived for some period of time after this?
A short period of time, but yes.
Are you able to say when someone is struck in the heart, could they live from seconds up to minutes?
Seconds up to a very few minutes, yes.
Up to, have you testified previously or indicated previously in an interview that it could be up to maybe 2 minutes?
Yes.
When a person is shot in the heart such as this, could Charles have still spoken for that time period?
Yes,
Could he have moved after that bullet went through his heart?
he could have, yes.
So would it be possible for him to reach up and touch where he was shot with his left hand?
Yes,
Given the abrasions to Charles's knees, is it possible that he fell to his knees after he was shot?
it's possible, yes.
Would those abrasions on his knees be consistent with someone falling to their knees?
Yes.
When you are performing an autopsy, do you, well, let me first talk. As you were going through the description of the path, the wound path, you talked about the trajectory going through the 9th thoracic vertebral. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 171. Can you describe for us what we are seeing here?
That is a trajectory rod passing through the defect that was created in that 9th thoracic vertebral body.
So this rod that you're using is helping to show the path of that bullet through Charles's body.
Correct.
And just to orient those of us who haven't seen a person this way, can you tell us, is Charles's head up here?
It is.
And so this would be down towards his legs at
Correct.
the bottom.
Yes.
When you are talking about the injuries to an individual, do you also determine the trajectory of that bullet through the individual?
I do, yes.
So for this wound to Charles's chest that exited his back, what was the trajectory?
It was front to back, right to left, and slightly downward.
How are you determining that trajectory? Is there a modem that you use that's standard for all autopsies?
Yes, through measurements of the entrance wound and exit wound, and then also observing what organs and tissue have damage from the bullet.
So let me go back to Exhibit 164. You're looking at this entrance wound here, correct?
Yes,
And the exit wound that we see in 168 to determine that front to back, and then you said right to left and slightly downward?
yes,
So the downward is the 1 1/4 inch difference that you saw from the head measurement.
correct.
Could that downward angle be the result of someone just holding a gun at a slightly downward angle?
Yes, that's possible.
Could it be also from just the arm itself moving up or down some,
Yes,
or a size difference between people?
yes.
You're not here because to tell us which one of those it was, correct?
I can't determine that, no.
As you were performing the autopsy of Mr. Vallow, did you note another gunshot wound to Mr. Vallow?
I did, yes.
And I'm putting up Exhibit 172. Where was the other gunshot wound that you observed on Mr. Vallow?
On his left abdomen.
And do we see in 172, is that what we see sort of above and to the side of his belly button?
Yes,
Were you able to tell what we see in 172 here, whether that was an entrance or exit wound?
I was.
And what was this?
This was an entrance gunshot wound.
And again, were you following the same view of looking at all the same aspects of this wound to determine that it was an entrance wound?
Correct.
In this entrance wound, did you note any stippling?
I did not.
Any soot?
No.
So would that tell you that the individual or the muzzle of that gun was more than 4 or 5 feet away from the victim?
Most likely, yes.
Did you recover a projectile from this gunshot wound?
I did not.
So there was an exit wound associated with it.
Correct.
Now put up Exhibit 175. Where was the exit wound?
It was on the back of the left shoulder.
And is that what we see in Exhibit 175 here?
Correct.
I'm going to put some closer up photographs, 176 and 177. What did you note about this exit wound?
This exit wound appears a little bit atypical. It has characteristics of a supported or a shored exit wound.
What is a shored exit wound?
A short exit wound occurs when the body is pressed up against a firm surface while the bullet is exiting the skin.
Does that cause sort of this different tearing that we see going on here in that exit wound?
It does.
If a person was, for instance, laying on the floor when they were shot, would you expect to see a short exit wound in that situation?
I would.
When you're talking about something pressed up against the skin, have you ever seen a shored wound from someone wearing a t-shirt?
I have not.
Have you seen other shored wounds in your experience?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many have you seen in your years of working?
I mean, they're relatively rare, so maybe less than 50.
When you were looking at this exit wound on charlesvallow's left shoulder, was the injury itself what you would call sort of a typical shored wound?
This is textbook worthy.
Now, just like the other wound, did you determine the wound path for this gunshot wound that entered charlesvallow's abdomen and exited his left shoulder?
Yes.
What was the wound path for this shot?
So the bullet passed through the skin and soft tissues of the left abdomen. It then hit the left lung. It then hit the back part of the left fourth rib, and then exited the soft tissue and skin of the left shoulder.
So to be clear, the left fourth rib, is that in the front of him or his back? Where is that located?
In this case, it struck the posterior or the back part of the left fourth rib.
Is that sort of in the location where we see the exit wound right there?
The exit wound is a little bit above the fourth rib.
You talked about sort of the soft tissue. So when this bullet was exiting, did it sort of hit both the rib and the connective tissue between the ribs?
Yes.
Did you also measure the distance from Charles's head to the entrance wound on the abdomen?
I did.
What was that distance?
I believe it was 27 inches.
And did you measure the distance from the top of Charles's head to the exit wound on his left shoulder?
I did.
What was that?
I believe it was 14 inches.
So the prior shot had a 1 1/4 inch difference. Was this one 13 inches?
Yes.
So more than a foot difference between the entrance and exit.
Correct.
Did you determine the trajectory for this wound?
I did.
What was that trajectory?
In this case, it was front to back, right to left, and upward.
Did you also use trajectory rods in this wound to help better describe that trajectory?
I did.
Put up Exhibit 179. Can you orient us first on what we're seeing here?
So the placard with the case number is positioned towards the head, and then the opposite is positioned towards the feet.
When you perform an autopsy, how do you open up the individual?
It's called a thoracoabdominal incision. You've probably seen it on TV as the Y incision.
So what we see here is that sort of the abdomen of Mr. Vallow.
Yes.
Okay. And what we see here is that his back.
Yes.
And is this the spine?
Yes.
So does this reflect then the entrance being down at this portion of the body and the exit in that up left shoulder?
Yes.
So in this case, were both gunshot wounds front to back?
They were.
Were both gunshot wounds right to left?
Yes.
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest was slightly downward,
Correct.
and the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen was upward.
Yes.
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest that exited his back was not shored,
No, it was not.
but the gunshot wound that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder was shored.
Correct.
Doctor, given the trajectory that you observed, that from the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen that exited his left shoulder, and the fact that the gunshot wound was shored, would that be consistent with the shooter standing somewhere near Mr. Vallow's feet and firing at Charles Vallow as he was laying on the floor?
Come here.
Yes, that's certainly possible.
Now, you told us that you don't go out to the scene, right?
I do not know.
So you would not have seen if there were any defects on the floor consistent with a bullet strike underneath Mr. Vallow.
I did not.
If you were advised that there was a defect on the floor that was consistent with a bullet strike underneath Charles Vallow's left shoulder, would that further support the theory that he was laying on the floor there, causing a short wound when he was shot?
It would, yes.
When an autopsy is performed on anyone, is blood collected to be tested for
No.
toxicology?
If we can get it, yes,
Was that done here?
it was.
Were there any drugs found in Charles Vallow's system?
No drugs were reported positive on toxicology.
No alcohol found?
No.
Based upon your autopsy of Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, what did you determine was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Thank you. The state has no other questions, Your Honor.
Let's go, Lori. You can reiterate your point that you were right about the stip one. Stop.
Dr. Baumgartner, you did a toxicology report in this case.
I sent blood for toxicology, yes.
And what did you test for? What substances did you test for in that toxicology report?
What does
There
it matter,
are
Lori? It was
16 or 20 substances that are tested. Typical drugs of abuse, a limited amount of therapeutic medications, and then alcohol, methanol, acetone, and isopropanol, I believe.
But not generally like someone's regular medications, like for high blood pressure or something like that?
That would not show up on this test, no.
And if someone was taking testosterone, that wouldn't show up on there?
It would not, no.
Human growth hormone would not show up on there?
No.
Oh, so that's what we're getting at, Lori? He was taking testosterone?
So just basically the substances that you mentioned
Yes.
are typically tested. And then if law enforcement were to ask you to test for something specific, then you would do that as well. Is that correct?
It depends.
On what?
The case type, what their request was, if it's even possible.
Okay. So if they were to say, we want you to test for a certain something, you would say if you could or couldn't?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And is that typical in your experience
Is what typical?
for them to ask for things other than what you normally, the normal 16 things that you test for?
That would be atypical.
Okay. So normally they don't ask you to do that in a common manner.
They do not know.
Okay. And so in this case, you did just test for the typical things and no other requests were made. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
As far as the abrasions on Charles' knees, could those have been, you said that they were consistent with having been close to the time of death, is that correct?
They had that general appearance, yes.
And so those abrasions could have been caused by a scuffle before he was shot, is that correct?
Yes,
And not necessarily falling forward onto his knees.
correct.
And then the abrasions on his hands as well,
What about them?
that they could have been caused from a scuffle beforehand.
Yes.
Okay.
Good questions, Lori. Good questions.
I know that the state asked you if it was consistent with him, with the second shot, the shot to the abdomen, that it was possible that he could have been shot on the floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
But would it also be possible that he could have been falling when that shot happened as well? And then hit the floor?
Not really. If he was falling and still passing through air, not yet having hit the ground, that would not have caused a short wound.
So if he had hit the ground and bounced on the ground from the first shot, as the second shot was traveling, that could not be possible that he hit the ground when that shot was exiting the shoulder?
He would have had to have been on a firm surface to create that short wound.
And it could not be caused by tight clothing?
Tight clothing and short wounds is typically like a supportive garment, like a belt or a bra. In my experience, I've never seen it with like a t-shirt or anything like that.
Are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
Oh my
I
God,
am not,
Lori.
no.
Or how tough that material would be?
I am not.
Okay.
Give up on the bamboo.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Doctor, if clothing like a t-shirt, bamboo, or whatever they're made of, would have caused a short wound, would you have expected to see the short wound also to the other exit?
Certainly if both exits were covered with that shirt, yes.
So if the person is wearing a t-shirt that covered his back and shoulder,
Yes.
then if that type of fabric somehow was restrictive enough or tight enough or stiff enough to cause that pressure, then it would have caused a short wound to both exits.
I would expect that, yes.
But you didn't see that here.
No,
Only one shored wound.
correct.
The other exit, not at all.
No.
You were asked a lot about different drugs. Was there anything about Mr. Vallow's autopsy that indicated that his cause of death was anything other than the result of multiple gunshot wounds?
No.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from a member of the jury? I do see at least one question coming up.
He looks like Bob Saget.
Were there significant amounts of blood in the left lung?
Not the left lung itself, but the left chest cavity.
Does that suggest the heart was beating, still beating during the second wound or the second shot?
The heart could have been beating at that point. It's also possible that the heart was still and contained blood, and that blood just spilled into the left chest cavity.
Was there blood in the throat or mouth?
There was not.
Any other juror questions? Not seeing any follow-up from the defense based on that jury question
No, Your Honor.
from the state?
We're asked about the blood potentially in the lung versus the cavity. When someone is struck in the heart through the different locations that you saw in Mr. Vallow, where do you expect the blood to go after that gunshot wound?
The left chest cavity.
And you talked about that the heart could have been beating at that time, or the blood could have spilled into the cavity. Can you explain that a little more?
Sure. If the heart was still beating, blood would have been pumping through it, and blood would have been spilling from the two defects in the heart, one in the right atrium and one in the left ventricle. It's also possible that the heart was either fibrillating, which is not really beating, just sort of quivering, which often happens right before death, or potentially the heart was still, but blood that was in it at the time that death occurred would spill out of those two defects I just described.
In any of those situations, would you expect ultimately the blood to end up in that left cavity?
Yes.
And that's what you saw.
Yes.
We were also asked about blood in the throat or mouth. Does the absence of that indicate that the victim was or was not alive for some period of time after being shot at the heart?
No.
Thank you. Other questions?
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Lori did some good questions there. I was shocked. Wonder who the next one is. We're on witness 14.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right in front here and be sworn in. Yeah, come right up. Come right up here.
Can you spell your name for the record? Do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter and have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Mark Sari. I'm a special agent with the Social Security Administration, Office of Inspector General.
What do you do there?
So I investigate crimes and allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse within Social Security.
How long have you worked for Social Security?
Approximately 6 years.
And
Ah,
as an investigator with Social Security, are you familiar with the reports that are created and kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, I am.
And for instance, are you familiar with sort of the meetings and processes and notices of award letters sent out by Social Security for survivor benefits?
Yes, I am.
What are survivor benefits?
Those are benefits paid to a recipient. For example, if someone were to die or pass, their children would be possibly entitled to benefits on their behalf after they were to pass.
When a child becomes an adult, what happens to those survivor benefits that Social Security has been paying?
They would cease.
What if a child is taken to or adopted by or guardianship is given to another individual while they're receiving survivor benefits?
They would transfer to that new individual.
When a child has a parent that passes away, are any benefits paid out to the mother of the child?
Yes, they could be.
How does that depend? What makes the difference on whether or not the mother gets benefits or not?
So there's a benefit called mother, child, and care benefits. So for example, if a mother is married to her father at the time of his death, she would receive called a mother, child, and care benefit. So it'd be a dual benefit for the child as well as her benefit for herself. It'd be the same dollar amount that she would receive as well.
So if the parents were not married at the time that one of the parents passes away, then does the other parent get any survivor benefits?
They would not.
If a surviving spouse remarries, what happens to those benefits given to, say, the mother of the child?
They would then cease upon that marriage.
Would the child still get benefits?
They would.
Were you asked to look into survivor benefits involving LORIVALLOW and JJ Vallow?
Yes, I was.
In your investigation, did you also become aware of benefits being provided to another child of LORIVALLOW, Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you learn that starting in June of 2018, Tylee Ryan was receiving survivor benefits from Social Security for the death of her father?
Yes.
In 2019, how much was Tylee Ryan receiving?
Approximately $18.59 per month.
Is there a representative payee for a child who is receiving Social Security benefits as survivor?
Yes, there is.
What is a representative payee?
So based upon a child being a minor, we would appoint a called representative payee. So that person would be the payee on behalf of that child. So they would have a bank account and they'd pay money from us on behalf of that child to pay for shelter, clothes, money, that sort of thing, food, that sort of thing.
So in the case of Tylee Ryan, was LORIVALLOW the representative payee for Tylee Ryan?
She was.
And is in general, those benefits you said are put into a bank account that can be held by both the child and the payee?
Correct.
Now, if LORIVALLOW was married in June of 2018 to someone else, not Tylee's father, would she still receive that mother of survivor benefits?
She would not.
How does a person go about applying for survivor benefits from Social Security?
So upon the passing of the recipient, say a father, they would have to go into the office or apply online, and then have an appointment to confirm the details for that survivor receiving benefits on behalf of that decedent.
And so that's the normal course of business, is to have someone come in eventually and speak with someone about verifying different important aspects to consider when determining whether or not to provide survivor benefits.
Correct.
During your investigation, did you become aware of LORIVALLOW going to an appointment with someone from Social Security Administration related to JJ?
Yes.
When was that?
On or about August 12th, 2019.
During that meeting, did LORIVALLOW have to answer questions relating to her relationship with Charlesvallow?
Yes.
Did she have to, for instance, provide the date when she and Charlesvallow were married?
Yes.
When was that?
The date of the marriage, and have to be refreshed from a document for that.
Sure. Let me see if I have the right one here. If I can have my paralegal approach.
It would have been on February 24th, 2006.
West Side of Rider, what's that?
During that meeting on August 12th of 2019, was LORIVALLOW questioned
them
about
down
whether or not
tomatoes.
she and Charlesvallow were living together at the time of his death?
In your
She
hoochie
was.
daddy shorts.
And what did LORIVALLOW tell Social Security on August 12th of 2019 about whether or not she and Charlesvallow were still living together at the time of his death?
She confirmed they were living together at the time of his death.
Is that important in trying to determine survivor benefits?
It definitely helps the agencies determine if benefits are entitled to the recipient, correct?
Now, as part of your job, sort of working for the Office of Investigations for Social Security, did you become involved in looking at these benefits that were awarded to LORIVALLOW and to JJ Vallow as a result of the death of Leland Charles Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you were familiar with the notice of award letters that Social Security sends out.
Yes.
And are those letters created in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they created at or near the time when that person goes in to make that appointment and a decision is made to provide those survivor benefits?
Yes, correct.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 213 and 214. Do you recognize what those two exhibits are?
I do.
And are those the notice of award letter sent to Lori Vallow regarding survivor benefits for both herself and for JJ Vallow?
Yes, they are.
And those are the documents you talked about that were created in the normal course of business
Yes.
at or near the time of that decision.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 213 and 214.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
213, 214 are admitted.
And if I can get those so I can publish them as well, Your Honor. Oh, well, please, thank you. All right. I'll start with 213. Maybe autofocus there. Okay, so what we see here in 213 is this the letter that would be sent to Lori Vallow on behalf of Joshua Jackson Vallow, JJ Vallow.
Yes, correct.
And we see it was sent to an address in Santan Valley.
Yes.
Okay. Does this letter provide or advise how much money that Lori Vallow would receive or that JJ Vallow would receive as a result of the death of his father?
It does.
And how much would he receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It'd be $19.51 per month, and also mentions the back pay from the date of death for Charles up until that date of the letter.
Okay. So monthly, the $19.51, and then a back pay of $3,902?
Correct.
Exhibit 2014. When Ms. Vallow went in on August 12th, would that be the same, during that meeting, would they have been questioning her with regards to both JJ as well as her survivor benefits?
Yes.
So this letter is from that same meeting.
Yes.
In 214 again, this one, we see that it's only addressed to Lori Vallow, but at the same 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley.
Yes.
And how much money was Ms. Vallow set to receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It would be $19.51 per month.
Is that the same as what JJ was getting?
Yes, it'd be mirroring the same amount that JJ was receiving. Yes, correct.
So basically, she's getting about $4,000 a month?
Approximately, yes.
Now, in these letters and the other documentation you reviewed, we see her as Lori N. Vallow, correct?
Yes.
In your investigation, did you ever learn whether or not Lori N. Vallow ever remarried and became Lori N. Daybell?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your investigation what the date of that marriage was when Lori N. Vallow became Lori N. Daybell?
November 5th, 2019.
And who did Lori Vallow marry?
Chad Daybell.
No other questions for this witness, Your Honor?
You have to be very careful, very, very careful. Lori, don't you dare open the door.
Mr. Sari, the Social Security, as a surviving spouse, can you get benefits if you didn't have any children?
I believe so, correct? Yes.
Okay, so if you've been married for longer than 10 years, you get spousal surviving benefits. Is that correct?
There are some rules for that. I believe that is correct, I believe, yes.
And so if I had been married to my husband for 10 years and his previous wife had been married to my husband for over 10 years, she would also get that surviving spouse benefit?
What's your question again? Who's the she part? Didn't follow that part.
Okay, just a previous person who has been married to my husband previous to me for more than 10 years. I mean, that's what Social Security does, right?
I'm not sure. What is your question? I'm trying to.
Okay, sorry. So if there were two spouses to a deceased husband, consecutively, and they were both each married for over 10 years to that same husband, they would both receive a spousal benefit or could apply for and receive that spousal benefit. Is that correct?
That's more of an administrative issue. I have to obviously I'm not aware of all those policies for that kind of issue. So I can't really answer yes or no to that question.
Okay. So if it was explained to me when I was at the Social Security office,
He doesn't know,
that
Lori. You can't ask
I
that.
could receive that.
Hold on.
What
I'm gonna
does it
sustain the
matter if
objection.
she got money
But
or
it is
not?
possible. You're just not aware of it. Is that correct?
I would have to ask an expert in our agency for administrative rules on that.
Okay. And what is your expertise at Social Security?
I'm a special agent.
And so you just investigate. Is that correct?
Investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse in Social Security, correct?
You investigate fraud. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you're not really privy to what an agent might be telling a person as they come in to get Social Security. Is that correct?
What they tell an agent, an employee, or what is your question again?
Yes. So you're not really privy to what the employees are telling the regular people that come in to the Social Security office.
I'm not there for those appointments, correct?
So you don't really understand
No, he doesn't
what all
understand your
benefits can
fucking
be
question.
given?
We with OIG investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse. So we are the experts for that. And we also have experts internally in Social Security we look to for guidance on internal rules that are more complex, if that kind of helps you out.
Okay. So you had said something about mother in care benefits. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and it's the same dollar amount as the child in care benefits. Is that correct?
There's two benefits, for the child in care and also for JJ. They're mirroring same amount, correct?
But wouldn't the mother in care benefits be for the child?
It would be if the individual had the child in their care, correct?
Right. So, but a spousal benefit, if you've been married for over 10 years and you didn't have any children, you would still be entitled to that. Isn't that correct?
My understanding is
He
that you have to be a
doesn't
certain age to
know.
get that benefit, to be a certain age to apply for that. In this situation here, due to the decedent Charles dying, there was a benefit for the child only that was receiving, as well as child in care. So only two benefits were received for the child, also child in care as well.
So my question is, how is that determined by the employee? Like if it's spousal benefit or if it's a mother in care benefit?
It'd be up to the applicant to apply for the benefits.
So if you applied for the spousal benefit and they gave you the mother in care benefit instead, how would you know the difference? You just know that that was the monthly amount you were getting?
You would receive a letter in the mail. You also would be at the appointment very clearly told what you're applying for. It should not be any confusion about what you're applying for at that appointment.
Okay. So if you were told that you were getting the spousal benefit,
Yeah, it's sustained.
if an employee told a recipient that they
That's
were getting a
hearsay.
spousal benefit,
I'll allow him to answer that hypothetical if he knows.
if an employee were to tell someone they were getting a spousal benefit and they received a letter in the mail saying it was a mother in care benefit, should they call the Social Security office and clear that up?
Girl,
It would be up to the applicant if they received a letter in the mail to contact Social Security and say, hey, this is the wrong benefit I'm receiving. So it would be up to the applicant to let Social Security know that benefit is not correct.
So if the employee put it in as something other than they told the recipient, then it would just be up to the recipient to correct that. Is that correct?
yes.
Social Security goes off of
Yes, you're
information that's provided
responsible.
to the agency by the applicant. That makes sense. It's up to the applicant to be truthful
You're
and
responsible.
provide the right
Yes.
information to the agency.
So do you have a copy of my application for either of these benefits?
You'd have to ask the prosecutor for that information.
Okay. Have you ever seen one to your knowledge that you remember?
Yes,
You've seen my applications?
yes, I have.
And were they for mother in care?
It was for survivors for JJ as well as for mother, child, and care as well.
So the application that I filled out was not for spousal benefit. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I'm sorry.
he can answer if he knows, if he recalls the answer.
Repeat the question, please.
I'm saying, so of the records that you saw, I did not have a spousal survivor benefit application.
No, because you're not old enough. That's for 65 and over.
Records I saw were an application for survivors benefits for JJ as well as for child and care as well. Two different benefits that you were receiving.
Okay, so is there an
Lori,
application
you
for
have to be
spousal
over
benefit?
65.
I'm only aware of the two benefits you were receiving, which was for JJ and for mother, child, and care.
So it could have been a mix-up of the employee. Is that
No.
what you're saying?
Because you're responsible.
They would have been relying on information you would provide at that application appointment, August 12th, 2019.
And this is a filled out form application? Is that what you're saying? It's not just something you verbally give to the employee?
I believe you could do it online ahead of time, but you were present, I believe, on August 12th at the office to go through line by line, I believe, with that application.
So if I thought I was getting, if a person
You're responsible, Lori.
So in your investigation of this fraud, you have seen all of my applications, is that correct?
I reviewed any and all documents that we have in relation to JJ as well as to you receiving benefits on his behalf, correct?
And you do not recall seeing any spousal surviving benefit application, is that
Oh my
correct?
God, how many times you gonna ask that? No.
All that I recall seeing was once again the two applications, one for mother, child, and care, and one for JJ as well.
And isn't that a redundant benefit?
Which benefit?
The mother in child care and the child in care. Isn't that that's basically the same thing?
JJ had a benefit for himself solely,
Mhm.
then a second one to be mother, child, and care. Does that
To
make-
take care of the child.
Correct. The child has to be under your care, custody, and control during that time period, correct?
So when you're receiving these Social Security benefits, they want them to be for the things that you stated previously, right?
I gave a few examples, but it is for the benefit of the child, correct?
Right. And it's supposed to be spent on food and clothes, and it could be spent on an electric bill, and it can be spent on rent. They want you to utilize that money on a monthly basis. Is that correct?
Correct, or you could also conserve it for the child as well, but that is correct.
And that they can do an audit any time of your account to make sure that you're spending it on those correct things. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And they want it to be spent every month, and you can't really save it for college. Is that correct?
No,
So if an employee told that to a recipient, that would be incorrect?
the benefit is for the child. The money can be saved or spent on the
Yes.
child.
So if a recipient was told that all the money has to be spent every month on the care for the child and could not be saved for college because it is Social Security,
Lori, you're not getting
The
it.
objection sustained for, it's
You're
straying
just
into
not
new
getting that. I don't understand.
so it is not your understanding that that benefit has to be spent every month. Is that correct?
No, it doesn't. You just have to freaking
Sustained.
keep. And I mean, a savings account
So
with
you were not aware of that?
to show that it's in there.
Can I have a moment to confer?
Go ahead.
She's not getting it. It is her responsibility. And you have to be over the age of 65 or 60 to get that freaking espousal benefit. So, Anya, Lord have mercy.
Mr. Sorry, you weren't present at the interview with me and the employee at the
Oh
Social
my
Security office on
God.
August 12th, were you?
Lori!
So you do not really know what was said. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you just saw the applications in the later time?
Yes.
What time about when you started investigating this fraud?
In or about January 2020.
After
And
your
who
son was
is
dead.
your who
After you killed your son.
who is your superior?
Is your question who my boss is, or
Yeah.
I have a special agent in charge who's my immediate boss.
Sustain.
Who assigned my case to you? That's my question.
It's not really relevant, but you can answer, sir.
Are you asking for the name, or what are you looking for as far as your question?
The name would be fine.
At the time, it was special agent in charge, Joe Rogers. He's now retired.
And he was your direct,
He was my ASAC at the time.
and that came to you in January of 2020?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
August 12th of 2019, when Miss Vallow went to Social Security and had a meeting, what is the point of that meeting?
The point of that is for an applicant to come into Social Security, apply for benefits, and then have Social Security determine if they're eligible or not for those benefits.
You have up with you a paper that was provided to you earlier to review. After that meeting was a letter sent to Mrs. Vallow relating to the answer she gave and the benefits she was requesting.
Yes.
Is that what you were looking at when you were looking at some of the information that she had provided?
Yes.
So in that letter that was sent to Miss Vallow, what address was that sent to?
It would be the 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley, Arizona.
And so that letter covers the answer she gave that we previously discussed of when she married Charles Vallow, for instance,
Correct.
children that they had,
Yes.
that they were still living together,
Yes.
and then discussed what she would be applying for.
Yes.
When you, in your understanding and having investigated these crimes, does Social Security just start deciding for people what benefits they feel they might want? Do they make decisions for them? Hey,
No.
you look like you might want these benefits.
Not at all. No.
So regardless of whether any of us understand why Social Security would give benefits for a child and for the mother of the child if they're still married to the spouse, that is what you can get?
They would ask the applicant what they are applying for, correct, as far as for that benefit.
So when a couple is married and they have a child together and one of those spouses dies, the other spouse may be entitled to benefits for the child. Is that correct?
Yes.
As well as benefits
Oh
for
my
them
God.
as the mother of that child.
Yes.
So in addition to the initial letter
She's a freaking
after
whack.
that August 12th meeting, then Ms. Vallow was sent the second two letters,
Absolute
exhibits
whack.
213 and 214, that showed her how much she was ultimately awarded.
Correct.
One of them, one letter was sent to her specifically for JJ,
Yes.
and the other letter was sent to her specifically for herself as the mother in
You're
care of
responsible for
JJ.
whatever you
Yes.
give them. I
And
mean,
that's the
it's
one where we
not hard.
saw it was
And she
her
is
name
not
for
60 years
JJ.
old. She
Yes.
looks 60, but she's not 60 years old.
In your investigation, you did not see any surviving spousal benefits.
I did not.
All you saw in looking through reams of documents was that Mrs. Vallow was receiving those two benefits that we've discussed.
Correct.
You were asked about when you began investigating this case, correct?
Yes.
And would those benefits for Lori Vallow have terminated when she became Lori Daybell?
Yes. Upon a remarriage, that mother, child, and care benefit would immediately cease.
But the benefits for JJ would have continued.
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one coming down.
Shush. 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 Go back to sleep. I wonder what the freaking jury question is. What was the fraud for? That'd be horrible. Because she was collecting benefits for a child that was unalived. Dirty yacht. Do 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 do. Let's hear the question. My goodness, what do they have? 20 million questions? Jesus. They're just probably like, why? Why do I gotta keep sitting here forever? I want to know if they want to know why, what she was under fraud for. Because that's what would be going through my mind. Was she
I have a couple questions for you, sir. Were payments to LORIVALLOW stopped after your investigation?
They were, yes.
And during your investigation, do you know if LORIVALLOW notified Social Security of her new marriage?
She did not.
Based on those questions, did the defendant have any follow-up for this witness?
Oh, I thought they would ask. I thought they would ask, but they didn't.
Do you have any follow-up?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Sari, you said that I did not notify Social Security of my marriage
Correct?
that you know of.
To my knowledge, you have not? No.
Okay. So you don't know if in Hawaii I was at the Social Security office and notified them?
Sustain. It's
That's
again,
speculation.
testifying.
So would you have all of the information from every office in that regard?
From our review of the records, there is no notification at all of you ever notifying Social Security of that marriage.
Of the records that you had access to, is that correct?
From our
Which is
review
all of
of
Social
the Social
Security,
Security
lady.
databases, which would encompass notifications, we have seen 0 notifications.
And what would you have to do to put in a notification?
An employee would have to go on the record and make a change or make a report of contact, that sort of thing.
And so that would go into a major database, and then it would be available to you as well?
We would have access to view and see if there was any changes made. There were no changes made after August 2019 on your behalf.
So none were made in November, that, to your knowledge?
There were none made.
And is that something that you would be made privy to
He just
Yes.
had, Lori,
in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
So it's not something that you could have just missed?
no.
I did not miss it, correct?
Okay.
Redirect.
Thank you. So, to be clear, the Social Security.
I wish you would use the damn mic, lady.
systems to keep all this data.
They do,
You don't just have pieces of paper lying around that maybe you miss.
correct.
So whenever anything is updated anywhere in the country, it's put into a database that you were able to access.
Yes,
And you did access it.
yes,
And you reviewed everything that was in there.
yes,
And you at no point saw any information to indicate that any changes were ever made to those benefits after August of 2019.
correct.
And Social Security was not advised that Ms. Vallow had been married in November of 2019.
You were on the run,
Correct.
Lori. They wouldn't, no.
All right, sir, you can step down. State, have another witness we can start?
I do.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go get her.
Should have to do nothing with your marriage. It has to do with your kid no longer living, Lori. How about that one? How about that one? You were receiving benefits for a child that was no longer living. How about that, Lori? Huh? We don't want to bring up that one, though, do we? Better take a Benadryl. My eyes are starting to get itchy. I wonder when it was that I took these pills. Can't remember.
All right, you're gonna come right up here.
Thanks. No, I wrote cool mom.
My clerk will swear you in.
Thank you for that, Elise. I don't know how to type. Whoops. Oh, shit. Okay, let me fix that real quick.
To my left.
Thank you.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Robin Smith Scott.
I'm going to have you move up or pull down that mic so we can hear you
There.
better. Thank you. Where do you work?
I work at Banner Life Insurance Company,
How long have you worked there?
13 years.
What type of, well, let me start with what does Banner Life Insurance do?
We are strictly a life insurance company. Customers can purchase life insurance policies.
And what do you do for Banner Life Insurance?
I work in the claims department as a claims representative. I process death claims.
Have you previously had to testify before about a payout of policy?
Yes.
I'm going to start by asking some real general questions so we understand sort of life insurance.
Oh,
How does
they're
someone
gonna
go
bring
about
in her
getting
trying to
life
get
insurance?
life insurance. Her
They
life insurance.
they could go through an agent. More recent years, you can apply online. There's information, you fill out an application, basic information regarding yourself. There could be some financial questions, health questions.
And you talked about a agent. What is an agent in there?
An agent is someone outside of our company, but they do business with us. They'll generally try to, find the best coverage and possibly best prices through, different companies for their clients.
When we're talking about life insurance, is there something called a policy owner?
Yes,
Can you tell us what that means?
pretty much exactly what it states. The policy owner owns the policy. They are the ones that basically can make any changes to the policy during the insured's lifetime, such as they can relinquish ownership. So basically do an ownership change. They can change the beneficiary. They could decrease the value of the policy, if they chose to. They basically have complete control of the policy.
What's the difference between the policy owner and the insured?
So the insured, the policy covers that person's life in the event of that person's passing. The death benefit would be paid to the beneficiary, but the policy owner, if that person is different than is not the insured, again, the policy owner is the only one who can make changes to the policy.
So there are times where the policy owner and the insured are not the same.
Correct.
Can the policy owner and insured then be the same person?
Yes.
Yes.
As well. Okay. And you said the policy owner is able to change the beneficiaries. What do we mean? What is a beneficiary?
The beneficiary is who will receive the death benefit in the event of the insured's death.
Okay. Can the insured, if they're not the policy owner, change the beneficiaries?
If they do not own the policy, they cannot make that change.
Nope, sorry.
Can the beneficiary, if they aren't the policy owner, change anything about the life insurance policy?
No.
Can they, when someone passes away, who decides who will actually be paid out? Who makes that decision of who will get the benefits paid out?
Well, as us claims examiners, we are going to review the policy, any documents that have been submitted through the lifetime of that policy, and we are going to determine and confirm who the primary beneficiary of the policy is.
So if someone obtains a life insurance policy and initially has one beneficiary, they can later file some new forms and change that to a different person?
Yes,
So you have to look through and make sure that you have the most recent beneficiary.
correct.
When someone calls in to make a claim on a life insurance, I say so-and-so passed away, is it customary for claims adjusters like yourself at Banner Life to sort of take that information and then look into all these things to make sure you know all of the different changes that may have occurred?
Yes, that is our standard process.
Does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of all of those policies as part of sort of your normal business practice?
Yes,
And does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of any modifications to a person's life insurance policy as part of the business practice?
yes.
If someone wants to modify who the beneficiary is, How do they go about doing that?
They would request a beneficiary change form. They can also access online if they are able to provide the proper security things through the website. But they would normally contact our customer service department, request a beneficiary change form, and complete it and return it. It is then reviewed by our customer service representatives to make sure it is completed appropriately. And if so, the change will be made. If not, then it's rejected.
Does a beneficiary modification form have to be notarized?
It depends on the amount of the policy. I believe anything that's 500,000 and above would need to be notarized.
So a policy for $1 million would require it to be notarized if you're changing the beneficiary?
Yes.
When people call in to the claims department requesting a payout, are those calls recorded?
Yes, they are.
And is that done in the normal course of business with Banner Life Insurance?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the life insurance policy with your company for charlesvallow?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how much that life insurance policy was for?
Yes.
How much was it for?
$1 million.
Prior to February 26th of 2019, who was the beneficiary of charlesvallow's life insurance policy with Banner?
Prior to that date, LORIVALLOW was the beneficiary.
So prior to February 26th of 2019, if charlesvallow had passed away, would his wife LORIVALLOW have gotten $1 million?
Correct.
In February of 2019, did charlesvallow call Banner Life Insurance and request a beneficiary designation form?
He did.
Was one sent to him?
Yes, it was emailed to him.
And did Banner Life Insurance then receive a beneficiary designation form on February 26th of 2019 from charlesvallow?
Yes.
Was that notarized?
Yes.
And in that beneficiary designation form, did charlesvallow change the beneficiary for his life insurance?
Yes.
Who did he make the primary beneficiary for the life insurance?
His sister, Ethel K. Woodcock.
Play the recording. Play the recording. Play the recording.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with 215?
Go ahead.
Looking at 215, do you recognize that both as an affidavit authenticating the Banner Life Insurance documents,
Yes.
as well as the beneficiary designation form change from February 26th of 2019
Yes.
that we were just discussing? In there, is there also a CD?
Yes.
Does that contain a recording of your call with LORIVALLOW on July 15th of 2019?
Yes.
Would you like to listen to that to verify that?
Yes, please.
Play it for the freaking audience. Come on, play it. Play it, play it, play it. Ooh.
And do you recognize that as the call from July 15th of 2019?
I do recognize the call.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 215.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
215 is admitted.
And if we could
Oh,
perhaps break at this point
Okay.
since it's 12:01, otherwise it'll be playing for a
All
while.
right, let's take our lunch recess for the jury. Please remember the admonition will resume
Aw,
with the jury at
man.
1:30.
All rise for the jury.
I wanted them to play it. Okay, here we go.
Please be seated. All right, we're on the record, State of Arizona versus Daybell, CR 2021-001704. State's present, the defendant and her team are present. The jury is not present. Who's the who's the state calling this afternoon?
After we're finished with this witness, we have Jeff Moberg and then Cassandra Enclan.
Are you able to estimate yet when you think you're likely to conclude your case in chief?
I think likely Thursday.
All right. So we are moving at a fairly quick rate. Let's talk about these motions. One of them may be relevant this afternoon. The motion in limine regarding the
Is that
questioning of
Colby?
police. Has the defendant had a
Colby in the
chance to
audience?
review that motion?
I did get
Wow.
a chance to review it. Your
He's in
Honor.
Can you pull the
audience,
microphone
is it?
down?
I did get a chance to review it. I did not get an opportunity to discuss it with my advisory team. We were able to have like a 30-second discussion right before we came in. So I would like to have an opportunity to do
Well,
that before I have to.
I think you said did you say Mr. Moffitt's testifying this afternoon?
No,
Oh, you didn't say.
Moberg. He's-
Moberg,
yeah,
sorry.
Sorry, no.
Can I see the witnesses? Witnesses.
So theoretically, she could, if we get to cross of Detective Cassandra Enclan, that could become potentially an issue there. I don't know. I only put,
Well, I guess here's the issue is, I don't know to what extent you might have intended on crossing police officers about why you weren't arrested that day or why your brother wasn't arrested that day or why it took however long for charges to be submitted or those types of things. Were those things you were planning on questioning anyone about?
Not exactly in those terms.
This is live.
In what terms then?
Asking those specific questions. Those were not on my list. However, it will become apparent that we were not arrested that day. So I don't foresee it being a problem. I'm not trying to
I think that the timing.
go into detail on that.
The timing of what was happening, how the investigation unfolded as far as timing, who was charged, who wasn't charged, would not.
It
be
doesn't matter,
relevant.
Lori.
And I think that's what the state's motion is toward, because I think one of the first witnesses in the case, there was a question about why you or your brother weren't arrested that day, which again isn't relevant because if you go down that path, you could foreseeably open a door into, there's a lot of reasons why the investigation probably took quite a while, that the jury doesn't really need to know about, nor is it relevant for them to determine what did or didn't happen on that particular day that you've been charged with. But I'm just kind of giving you a heads up that I don't think it's relevant. If you think it's relevant and we get to cross of this witness today, and you think you have a question regarding the timing, or who was or wasn't arrested, ask if we can take a break, all right?
Okay, sure.
And that's the only time
Then
I'm
we
spending money
have-
on that card.
Well, let me ask the defendant this.
Ow.
You've subpoenaed Robert Bobby Vallow, apparently was sent that subpoena or served that subpoena for a date that's already passed. Is this, again, someone that you believe has relevant information to your case?
No, Your Honor, that was just an oversight. That was a mix-up of clerical error. So we apologize to him or his family or any distress that caused. That was mixed up with an exhibit. His name was mixed up with an exhibit. It's very difficult on the phone at the jail when they cut me off every 20 minutes, and sometimes the
Oh, poor you. You're
notifications that get
such
to
a
my
victim.
paralegal and my investigator.
Let's talk
do
about
not
all
come
the people
through
you killed.
clearly.
All right. The court will
You're
find
not a
that
victim,
that
Lori.
subpoena, first of all, wasn't effective in the way that it was served out of state on an out-of-state witness. It sounds like the defendant's withdrawing that subpoena. Can we say that?
Absolutely, you can
right.
crush it.
So that one's withdrawn. Are there other?
Your Honor,
You just wanted to do
I know
that. You really
filed
wanted to do
the
that. Not,
State's email. I did have attachments of that on there. If those are part of the record, can we seal that as well? Because obviously it still has Bobby Vallow's information.
I've only sealed your email and I've sealed the actual 2 subpoenas that we
Okay.
discussed this morning.
Thank you.
Was there another, Mr. Boudreau was served with a subpoena for this case, is that correct?
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
All right.
why?
Those subpoenas were sent out from OPDS. We turned them into OPDS before you struck that witness, Your Honor. So
Okay, so that subpoena is effectively quashed, and as I said, that one would be filed under seal as well. Then we have, let me just check the time here, 1:23. The motion in limine regarding the testimony of the video observed by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett. Have you had a chance to review that and discuss it?
I haven't had a chance to discuss that with advisory council, and I would like the opportunity to do that, Your Honor.
All right, that's fine. I don't think that's imminent for today.
No.
And then I think we can also take up the state's third motion to preclude later today or sometime tomorrow. Is your next, let's have the witness come back in. I think all our jurors are present, so we can start a few minutes early.
Let's get the show on the road, man.
Let me ask my staff, they reprogram those headsets? All right, so please be seated. The jury is present. You can continue with your direct examination.
Thank you. When we took our break for lunch, we had just admitted Exhibit 215, I believe. And inside this contained the beneficiary designation form that was filled out by Mr. Vallow. Oops. Wait till we get our Elmo up. Correct. This is the form that we were discussing from the February 26th beneficiary change.
Yes, that's correct.
So we see that
Just
it's
'cause it
signed
has
and
personal
notarized.
information, they're not gonna show it.
Correct.
They're not gonna, they're not
And
gonna.
what this then
draw
shows is the
people.
primary beneficiary is now Ethel K. Woodcock.
Yes,
And then
I don't blame them.
were there also contingent beneficiaries?
yes, there were.
What are contingent beneficiaries?
Contingent beneficiaries are listed in the event the insured passes away and the primary beneficiary had predeceased the insured, meaning passing away before the insured. Since the primary beneficiary was no longer living, it would then drop to the contingent beneficiaries to receive the death benefit.
Okay. So if Kay Woodcock had not been around when Charles passed, then it would have gone to Nicholas Charles Vallow and Zachary Chase Vallow.
That's correct.
When a primary beneficiary or a contingent beneficiary is removed from someone's life insurance policy, does Banner Life Insurance call that person up and let them know, hey, letting you know you're not the primary beneficiary
No.
anymore?
No.
They're not the policy owner, so
Right.
they would not be
None
entitled
of
to
their
that
business.
information.
So again, the policy owner is the person who can do whatever they want with the policy.
Correct.
On July 15th of 2019, did Lori Ann Vallow call Banner Life Insurance to make a death claim?
Yes,
And was that call recorded?
yes, it was.
And is that the audio that you listened to before we took our break for lunch?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, if I may publish this?
Oh, you can play it? Let's go.
And again, that's just something that's the normal course of business that Banner Life records all of those people
All
calling
of our
in.
calls are recorded, yes.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number? Sure. Claim? Yes. Okay, one moment, please. May I have the name of the insured? L. Charles Vallow. And who am I speaking with? This is LORIVALLOW. And your relationship to the insured? He's my husband. Okay, one moment. Okay, ma'am, I'm just going to need to ask you a few questions so that I can open the claim, and then I can go over the claim procedure with you and answer any questions that you may have afterwards. That would be great. Okay, first of all, may I have your daytime phone number, please? Sure, it's 8. And what was the date of Mr. Vallow's passing? July 11th. And what was the cause of his passing? Well, he was shot. Okay, so I don't know how I want to put that. Okay, all right. And I hate to ask, but is it? Yeah, you can just say yes or no. Was it a homicide? No, it was an accident. An accident, okay. Okay. And what state did he pass away in? Arizona. Okay. Just bear with me for one moment. I just need to pull up a few other things. Okay. Are you aware of who the primary beneficiary of the policy is? It's me. Okay. And may I have your, I'm sorry, one moment. My computer just went away for a second. Okay. And may I have your current mailing address? Sure. It's 55. Eight 5249. Okay, ma'am. That is all the information I need to open the claim. What we will do now is review the policy and the file to confirm the beneficiary information and determine the claim requirements that we will need to settle this particular claim. Once we have completed our review, we will prepare a claim packet to send to the named beneficiary once that has been confirmed. And the claim packet can either be mailed or emailed or faxed. How would you like to receive a correspondence? Email would be great. Okay, and what is your email address? It's Lori, Lori. Okay. All right, so you should receive an email from our office within the next 3 to 5 business days or sooner. It will have the instructions listed. Once you receive the information, if you have any questions whatsoever, please don't hesitate to give our office a call, and then we can go from there. Okay, is there anything I can help you with at this time? That's it, I think. Okay, ma'am. Well, I'm very sorry for your loss. You take care of yourself. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right, so we hear in Exhibit 215, that's yourself speaking with Ms. Vallow?
Yes,
And we hear her, you ask her if she knew who the primary beneficiary was, correct?
yes,
And who did she advise was the primary beneficiary?
herself.
We also hear you ask about sort of the cause of death for Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes,
And you asked when there was a pause if it could be, well, after she told you he was shot, right?
yes,
Did you need to know sort of, was it a suicide? Was it a homicide? Was it a,
correct, yes,
and so did you follow up by asking her if it was a homicide?
yes,
And she advised you it was an accident.
correct.
You got a phone number from her, the 808-755-5452 number,
Yes,
and her email address, the loriforstyle@iCloud account.
yes,
And then you had verified with her that she wanted to receive any correspondence by email, correct?
correct, yes,
And in fact, did you advise her that the named beneficiary would receive information via email then?
correct.
Is it normal when you have someone call in to make a death claim to wait and look up things before you let them know?
Yes, that is our standard procedure.
Okay, so you weren't doing anything weird there. That's just what you guys have to
No.
do. So what does Banner Life do to verify that that person that Lori Vallow was the beneficiary?
We review everything on the policy file in the system, as well as any paper document that has come through, such as an ownership change, beneficiary change, anything of that nature during the entire life of the policy since it was issued. to confirm that information to make sure that we are providing the information to the appropriate party.
Did you in this call know at some point that there was perhaps something incorrect about her being the beneficiary?
Not during the call.
Did you look up afterwards?
Yes.
When somebody calls in to notify that there's been a death and try to get the policy payout, what would normally be required? Do they just have to call in and then you send them a check if their name's on there?
No. We review each policy to determine the claim requirements for that specific claim. They can vary from claim to claim, depending on, the situation with that particular policy. That is why we do prepare a claim packet specific for each claim that has been reported. We provide a packet of information with a cover letter that lists the claim requirements that are needed. And the two things that are always going to be required is our specific claim form that we provide for the beneficiary to complete, as well as a death certificate, which states both cause and manner of death.
Okay. So after LORIVALLOW calls saying she's the primary beneficiary of that life insurance policy for her husband, Charles Vallow, did Banner Life Insurance actually determine that she was not the primary beneficiary?
That's correct.
So now that you know she's not the primary beneficiary, how did you notify her of that?
I believe there was a letter that was submitted to her via email as she requested correspondence to be delivered to her in that aspect.
So would the letter tell her who was the primary beneficiary?
No,
Would the letter have told her when that was changed?
no,
It just advised her, would have advised her that she was not the primary beneficiary. Would Banner Life ever tell anyone who the new beneficiary is?
no.
Why not?
We can't release that information. That's personal and private information.
And that's something that just the policy owner has the right to determine.
Correct.
So was an email sent to LORIVALLOW on July 18th of 2019 to advise her that she was not the beneficiary?
Yes.
And did she call back to speak with you about the issue?
Yes.
And was there sort of a back and forth of phone tag before you were able to finally speak with her?
Yes, I believe she left a voicemail for me as I was unavailable. I returned her call and I believe I had to leave her a voicemail, and then she did call me back and we were able to connect at that point.
Okay. Aaron, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 280. And if you can listen to that and see if you recognize that as yourself and Ms. Vallow again from the July 18th of 2019 conversation. Maybe you can just let us know when you have heard and recognized that as the July 18th of 2019 call.
Yes, I do recognize the phone call.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 280.
280.
280.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
280 is admitted.
And if we may publish that.
Hey, Shanky girl.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number?
Hope you're doing well. Is it planned?
Okay, I do have the policy pulled up. Who am I speaking with?
This is LORIVALLOW. I'm returning your call.
Yeah.
I missed you.
Okay, no problem. Let me just get all of this information up. Okay, so in your voicemail, you stated that you had something that stated you are the beneficiary of the policy.
Right. So I have the original policy where I was the beneficiary, the sole beneficiary, and then we changed the policy to where I was 80% and we added 2 people, the Porches, who invested in our company for each 10%. And that's the last one I have. That's the last update that I have. So can you tell me when that was changed again? I mean, I know my husband is the agent on record, so he can change it. He's the owner.
Okay, I don't see anything regarding the second change that you said. I don't, and with those percentages, I don't see anything at all with you as 80% at any time.
Okay, so
but
maybe that's something he just told him he was going to do. That's just a handwritten copy I have that I found. So.
Okay, so well, I mean, I really can't give too much
No,
information,
it's
but
no
I can
big
tell you that the beneficiary was changed in March.
It's
of
up
this
to you.
year.
It was an option for
Okay.
you. That's what I was giving you an option for.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what
No,
he was doing.
and I already gave you
And we've
the
been
option.
married for 15 years.
Discretion. You're not going to
I'm
put it back to me.
sorry.
So I know he owes a lot of people money. And
If you want to
I
get
was worried if I got money, they'd be
If you
coming after me
don't,
for money.
don't.
Right, no, I understand that.
But now I
Your choice, not mine.
will be with none.
Oh, my leg
But
hurts.
did he change it to one person or was it several people?
Unfortunately, I
You don't have
can't
to
release that. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I know you can't tell. We're in the business. My husband is the
Well,
agent. He's the agent,
okay.
So
I give you no choice.
we deal with this business all the time. So I
Okay,
kind of know how it works, but I'm
sure.
completely surprised.
Right, I'm
We have our
sure.
7-year-old with autism that we adopted together. So
Oh,
I'm surprised that he would do that without telling me.
I'm so sorry.
So, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that, even though it's community
No.
coverage. And it's his
No,
policy.
this is a contract that we have with the insured, exactly. So he's able to make any changes, during the lifetime of the policy.
Well, can I check? I mean, I have a policy, a $2 million policy on me. And since he's the agent, would he have been able to change the beneficiary on my policy?
Not if he was the
know that?
agent. He would have had to have owned the policy, but I can certainly check.
But if he
Let
would
me-
have signed my name, could he have done that? I wonder.
I mean, I don't, I would hope that wouldn't happen, but let me just pull up, okay, let me just take a look and see what I can find on you.
Just under LORIVALLOW, it would be under Lori and Vallow. We have a $2 million policy on me, but I'm not even sure it's with Center Life.
I'm not showing that it's with us.
Okay, it might be Life of the Southwest. We work with several companies. but
Right.
I could call them and I'm just asking the question, like, I could call them and ask them and make sure the beneficiary is who I say. I mean,
Yeah, I
it
mean,
was
I
him,
would. I mean, if
so-
you have a concern of that nature, I certainly would call and check on your own policies if you, have concern if
Right.
something may have happened.
Well, and I would have to change it anyway because he was the beneficiary as far as
Correct,
I know on
yeah.
my policy.
Right. So you would definitely want to update that at this point. And,
Because what happens, like if something happened to me, say today, and it's under him and he's deceased, what happens to that policy?
well, if there's not every contract's different, but I mean, more than likely, if there was not a contingent beneficiary named, it would go to your estate.
To their state.
Yeah. But if there's a contingent beneficiary name, then it would go to that person.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, thank you. I just needed that information.
Okay, no, not a problem. All right, you take care.
Okay.
Mhm. Bye-bye.
So in this call, we hear yourself again with Miss Vallow,
Yes,
and we hear her telling you that her husband left her with 5 kids to care for, right?
yes,
And she told you that she understands how life insurance works, right?
correct.
That she and her husband run this business about it, right?
Yes,
But then she asks you if an agent would be able to change who the beneficiary was.
correct.
So she didn't really understand it.
I felt that she did not understand it fully.
And again, she told you she understood how this all worked, but then she asked you what would happen if she died. At this point, who would get, her money since her husband had been her beneficiary.
Yes, she did.
So you had to advise her of the fact that if there were contingent beneficiaries, they would get it.
Yes,
Ultimately, did Banner Life Insurance have any insurance policy with LORIVALLOW?
no, she did not hold any coverage under Banner Life.
When she was talking to you, at one point she asked you or said, there's nothing you can do about that, right?
Correct.
And there's nothing you can do to change that. That is something that the owner is able to do,
Correct. We could not make any changes.
regardless of if you feel bad for someone.
Exactly.
Is it awkward for you when you have to talk to someone who thinks that they were the beneficiary and learns they're not?
It can be, yes.
Was that your last interaction with LORIVALLOW?
To my recollection, yes.
Who did Banner Life Insurance Company ultimately pay the $1 million policy to?
To Mr. Vallow's sister, Kay Woodcock.
And before the insurance company, before Banner Life would pay that out to Kay Woodcock, did you actually have to call and verify with the police that she was not involved in the homicide or the murder of Charles Vallow?
Yes, that's correct.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
No questions.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. You can step down. Thank you. State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Wow, no questions, Lori? You didn't want to dispute that, huh? So concerned with money. Wow. What'd she say? There was two more today. So we're on our 15th witness, state witness. So where's my pen?
All right, sir, come on right up here right in front here and be sworn in.
They're actually moving pretty well. I guess Karen Reed is still got 16 jurors. They won 18, I guess. And they're planning on doing it next Tuesday.
All right,
Not
you're gonna have a
this
seat.
Tuesday.
Just walk around
Opening
the court. Grab a
statement.
seat to my
So
left.
that works for me. So maybe I'll go do closings since I didn't do them. Thank you, Sebastian. And hola. I was not ready for that. Who is this dude?
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Moberg. I'm a forensic scientist with the Arizona Department of Public Safety in the Firearms and Toolmark Unit.
How long have you worked there?
I've been with DPS since February of
so he's basically the
2013. I've been
ballistics
assigned to the
dude.
Firearms Unit since October 1st of 2018.
Can you tell us about your education and training to work in the area
So
of
Lori's
firearms
going to go on a
education?
tangent about the freaking
Part of the hiring standards
Okay.
for the DPS crime lab is I do have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Arizona State University. My specialized firearms training is I attended the National Firearms Examiner Academy hosted by the ATF in Laurel, Maryland. The academy consists of 4 phases. It's approximately a year long, with phase 1 being research and history of and all of the techniques that go into it. Phase 2 is a full on-site 17-week training experience in Maryland, practicing exactly what it is that we do. Then we go into practical examinations, meaning I'm doing competency tests and proficiency tests throughout the summer and preparing a research project, which in phase 4, I will present and conduct mock trials.
Wow, Sebastian, you're doing it.
Do you have ongoing training as well?
We do. Every year we're offered the opportunity to attend SHOT Show, which is the firearms industry trade show in Las Vegas every year. There's also
I
the
did.
Association of Firearms and Toolmark Examiners meeting once a year, which is our annual training. It is nothing but peers within my discipline doing seminars and presenting on findings for various cases and various new technologies coming out.
And in DPS itself, is there any type of QAS or means to ensure that all of the firearms examiners are continuing to perform appropriately?
Absolutely. After the training, we are all given a competency test. We have to demonstrate our ability to do the job. So it's a very complex test consisting of all of the disciplines that we do, tool marks, firearms.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Serial number restoration, various other aspects of my job. But then every year we're giving a proficiency test from an outside source, so we're testing our continued or demonstrating our continued competency within the field.
So I want to start by asking you just some generic questions about how a semi-automatic handgun works.
Yeah, how does a gun
So
work?
a semi-automatic gun, meaning a semi-automatic means that it is designed to fire one round with a single pull of the trigger, but it's also meant to cycle the firearm. And what I mean by cycle is the process of loading a firearm means introducing a magazine, particularly in a semi-automatic, which contains a number of cartridges. Cycling it means pulling the slide back and allowing it to go forward. When that happens, it strips off one of the cartridges from the magazine and loads it into chamber. So we call that chambering. At that point, it is ready to fire. When the trigger is pulled, the firing pin is released on a striker type system. It's a spring-loaded firing pin, or a hammer type system where it's a weighted hammer that goes in and strikes a firing pin to hit this back of this cartridge to ignite the round. It then begins, the pressure builds up within that cartridge, expels the bullet down the barrel, but that same amount of pressure is also working to push it back. So it pushes that slide rearward. So it starts to move it back, unlocks the barrel, lets it go all the way back, and then it comes forward and loads the next one.
So I'm going to put up first, I have Exhibit 76 here. Is this a semi-automatic handgun?
Yes, it is.
And then
Beautiful
I'm gonna
gun.
put 85 in here. Is that what a live round looks like?
A live round, or we call it a cartridge, it's just a single unit of ammunition, consists of the cartridge case, primer, powder, and projectile.
So when a handgun is used and the trigger is pulled, we have a projectile that goes out to the barrel of the gun. What happens to the rest of that cartridge or live round?
So the rectangular portion on top, the black portion of the slide that's on top, that whole thing moves. So it will actually, when the cartridge is fired, the pressure of that cartridge will force that rearward, and it opens up that chamber so that the expelled cartridge can be ejected, the cartridge case will be ejected, and the new one can be loaded in via the magazine. The very bottom here, where the kind of the hand is grabbing at the bottom, is where the magazine is inserted.
So, Exhibit 77, is this where you're talking about where the cartridge is going to eject from?
That is actually showing the side of the barrel, that which houses the chamber, but that section opens up, and that is where the ejection takes place.
So you had talked about this in some of the different jobs that you do as a firearms analyst. When a person fires a semi-automatic handgun, are there any sort of identifying tool marks that might be left on the projectile?
Yes, striations.
Absolutely. All of that pressure that builds up and is pushing the cartridge case back, it is resting against what we call the breech face. The breech face has a hole in it where the firing pin comes through and it strikes the primer. Primer is just that little button in the center of the cartridge. It's actually a very volatile compound that ignites the powder charge instantly. So all of that pressure builds up and presses against that breech face. This being a semi-automatic, as it cycles back, the barrel has to unlock. So it moves slightly back, but then as it unlocks, it drops down. And as it drops down, that cartridge case is scratching up against the surface of that breech face, imparting all kinds of marks that we use for comparison purposes.
When the projectile itself is fired out the barrel, are there any tool marks left on that?
Yes. So when the bullet is being pushed out of the barrel, through the barrel, all of that pressure is pushing it through. A barrel is rifled. Now, rifling is a pattern of lands and grooves that are in a rotational pattern that impart the spin on there. All of that pressure causes the back end of that projectile to expand and to fill that void. So as it's going through, it's dragging along the inside of the barrel, picking up any of the imperfections from the manufacturing process that are there, similar to a fingerprint. So when it comes out, we're able to look around there, and you can see the pattern of the rifling all the way around the bullet and the individual striations or scratches on the surface coming from the inside of the barrel.
So if you are provided with a gun, casings, and projectiles, are you able to determine in any way if those casings or projectiles were fired from a specific gun?
Yes, and we do that by doing what we call a comparison. So we go ahead and we take that fired evidence and we're going to look at it. We want to verify that there's markings on there that we can use for comparisons. Then I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to test fire this firearm. I'm going to collect those test fired cartridge cases and projectiles if need be, and I'm going to do a comparison side by side on my comparison microscope. It's just a high powered microscope that allows me to see two things simultaneously side by side at the same magnification. So I'm going to have them side by side and try to line up those scratches and marks that are left on there from the machining process to the next.
So when we're talking about a barrel, you said there's like lands and grooves in there. Is that alone enough for you to identify if a projectile was fired from a specific gun, or are you looking for more specific, unique characteristics from each gun?
So each one, we start with what we call class characteristics. The class characteristics are those that are pre-designed before manufacture, such as what caliber is it? Is it a 9mm? Is it a 45, 40, whatever it may be? Then we're going to look at how many lands and grooves are there. If there is, maybe there's 5, maybe there's 6, maybe there's 8. All of that we use as an initial screening. Can this come from this gun? Say I have a gun that's a 9mm and I have a 45 bullet. That's not possible. So it's an automatic rule out. But those imperfections from the manufacturing process are what we use, and how the scratches translate into there are very unique to those barrels.
So you said you test fire the weapon. Why do you do that? What are you using that for?
Well, when a case like that comes in, whenever we receive a weapon, we first and foremost, we want to verify, number one, that it's safe and unloaded. Number two, that it's actually operational as a weapon. So we're verifying that it can fire and it works as designed. But then I'm also using that time, I document the condition of it as I received it. I document any of the features that are on there, such as in this particular case up here, we have a brown and black gun. That's one of the notes that I would have on there.
When you are doing this comparison and looking for these unique characteristics that you may see from the tools or the actual combustion of this, are there different levels of interpretation or conclusions that you're able to reach during this comparison process?
Yes, when we're doing a comparison, we're first and foremost looking for marks that recreate. So the different levels of opinion that I can form at the end is I can identify. I can say this piece of fired evidence was fired from this gun. I could say this piece of evidence was not fired from this piece of gun, or this particular gun, excuse me. Or if there's just none of those marks that are reproducing, or an insufficient amount of marks for us to actually compare, we can actually go out inconclusive, meaning I'm not sure whether it was or not.
So I'm going to have my paralegal go up to you with a few items here. It is exhibits 235, 38, 40, 239, and 246. I'm going to let you sort of keep those, and I'm going to start with 246, the handgun. Were you provided with that gun as part of a request to determine if you could, well, were you provided with that gun?
I was. When we receive evidence such as a firearm, we actually initial, date, and put the identifying information to the case on the firearm. Right here, just underneath the slide on the frame of this firearm, is the DR number, our department record number, the item number. So the combination of that DR number and the item number is our unique identifier to track that piece of evidence. And then my initials and date.
Were you provided with a couple of casings, 238 and 240?
Yes, I was. And again, when I received these, when we receive evidence such as this fired casing here, which is 240, we initial and date the day we receive it. So it's here. There's my initials and date from when I resealed it. It's currently hiding up. It's actually right up here at the top where I initial and dated it when I received it.
Okay. And were you also provided with a projectile, if you can look at 235 and 239? And I believe you only had one of those.
That's correct. There's the one bullet I received right underneath our unique tracking. We barcode everything. It's got our department record number, item number. I initial and dated it as I received it.
And which number was that?
This is item 239.
Thank you. What were you asked to do with these items?
This particular case, I was asked to compare the cartridge cases and the bullet back to the firearm.
And that's the firearm that we see here in Exhibit 77. What we see is 246.
Yes, it is.
All right. So starting with this, what can you tell us about the gun itself? What is the caliber? What is the brand of that?
The firearm is a Springfield Armory XDM 45 caliber semi-automatic pistol.
And so when we talk about 45 caliber, what does that mean?
45 refers to just the size of the bore. In this particular case, it's a 45 auto caliber. So, or 45 ACP, common to most 45s made today. But that's actually the measurement of the bore.
Were you able to, when you looked at you told us you often look to see just initially, do these all match together? When you looked at the caliber of those casings that you were given, did they match with the 45 caliber?
The 2 cartridge cases I received were Fiocchi brand 45 auto caliber cartridge casings.
Okay. Now, what about the projectile, the bullet that you're given? Is there a way for you to determine if that is consistent with a 45 caliber, being fired from a 45 caliber handgun?
Yes, so when we receive a bullet like this, I'm going to go ahead and measure the diameter across the fired bullet to achieve that. And it measured, I don't know the exact number, but it's approximately 0.45 inches.
Okay. Now, when you first were handed the gun, you said you'd make some notes about that. Did you note anything about it as to whether or not the gun appeared to have been previously fired at some point?
The only notes that we take is we do look down the barrel of the gun. When what I'm looking for is mainly safety purposes. I want to make sure there's no obstruction, because if I fire it and there's an obstruction, could be catastrophic failure of the firearm. But I'm also looking at and documenting the rifling. And when we look down a barrel, we can see, I would notate that it's slightly fouled barrel or whatnot, meaning that there's powder particles and or traces of bullets going through the firearm.
So that would mean it was consistent with having been fired at least.
Correct.
So you talked about test firing. Did you test fire this gun?
I did. I test fired this particular firearm into a water tank. I used the water tank because we wanted to collect projectiles for comparison purposes, and the water tank allows us to do that without damaging the bullets.
What kind of ammunition do you use? How do you determine that?
So first and foremost, we would like to use like ammunition. So this was Fiocchi brand ammunition. We hopefully would have some of that in our reference collection. However, I did not, so I would grab the next closest type of ammunition. I believe it was Winchester that I used in this particular case, that has the same exact type of primer, the same exact type of casing, and the same exact type of projectile.
When you talk about the same exact type, are you talking about like the metals, or what are you talking about?
For instance, the bullet in this case is a copper jacketed round nose full metal jacket. So I would look to test fire a copper jacketed full round nose bullet.
Okay. So when you test fired this gun, did you know anything with regards to the functionality of it?
I noted that it functioned as designed. I did test fire this by hand chambering. I didn't try a magazine in there because one wasn't submitted with it. But it operated with no problems.
Good to see you, Doc. How are you?
Did you test fire it?
We collect a minimum of 3. In this particular case, I only did fire it 3 times. That's all that I needed.
And so each time you're having to put a bullet in there and pull the trigger each time.
That's correct.
If you'd had a magazine, would you still have had to pull the trigger each time to fire it?
Yes, it operates still semi-automatic, so the trigger would have to be pulled each time to fire a cartridge case. I just wouldn't have to reload one into the chamber each time.
So once you created these test fire, let's start with cartridges, did you attempt to compare those to the ones you were provided, exhibits 238 and 240?
So one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to collect my test fires, and I'm going to compare them to each other. And why I'm doing that is I want to make sure that there's marks on there that reproduce over our test fires. If there's no marks reproducing, how would I be able to compare it to the evidence? From there, once I determine that it's a sufficient, and I do photo document.
You're well rested. That's good.
Once I figure it's sufficient for an identification there, I'll go ahead and do a comparison to the unknown.
Trying to find
make
out.
my opinion based on that comparison.
So
When
the test
Sharon
fires
reads
that you have,
opening
you look to
statements
make sure
are.
that those are creating each time the same both class characteristics and individual characteristics.
Correct, yes.
And the class being sort of the generic ones that every type of Springfield might create.
Correct, yes.
And these individual ones are characteristics that are specific and unique to this weapon.
Correct. They're from use, abuse, cleaning, anything like that, and the individual manufacturing of each component.
When you compared those two cartridge casings, 238 and 240, to the test fires that you created from Exhibit 246, the handgun, were you able to reach any conclusions?
I was.
And what was your conclusion?
I was able to determine, I identified those cartridge cases as having been fired on that particular firearm based on my comparison of the test fires to that evidence.
So the two cartridge casings, 238 and 240,
She's gonna
were
ask,
fired from
are
the
you
handgun
sure
you
it
have
wasn't
up
me
there,
that shot that
246.
gun?
Correct.
You also, when you
The
test
gun.
fired the gun, did you collect the projectiles, the bullets?
I did. I collected three bullets from our water tank for comparison purposes.
Did you go through the same process of looking at those three to see if they matched up?
I did, yes.
And did they?
They absolutely did, yes.
So again, they had sufficient class characteristics and individual characteristics for you to then proceed to try to identify them or compare them to the unknown bullet.
That's correct.
When you compared Exhibit 239, the projectile that was recovered, to the projectiles that you created when you test fired, were you able to reach any conclusions with regards to this weapon?
I was, like the cartridge cases, I identified the projectile as having been fired from that particular firearm.
Okay, I don't think that was
So
ever a
the
question,
bullet that
but
you
all
were
right.
given, you've identified as having been fired from this Springfield semi-automatic 45 caliber handgun.
That's correct.
Did that end your work in this case?
That ended my analysis from this case. From then, I go ahead and I take all of my notes. The entire process I'm photo documenting. So when I open this up and I was documenting the condition as it's receiving, I'm also taking photos. When I'm doing the comparison, I'm also taking photos of the evidence side by side and any kind of areas of interest that I'm looking at.
Well,
So
that's
from there, I'm going to go ahead and document my opinion and my results on our worksheets. I'm also going to print out all of my photos. I am then going to take all of that evidence. I'm going to hand it to another trained examiner. That other trained examiner, without looking at my results, is going to take all of that evidence and do a comparison himself. And then he'll form his
Or
own
peer
opinion
review.
and then verify that it matches or is similar to my
Peer
results.
review.
And was that done here?
Yes, it was.
Did that alter in any way your opinion?
Not at all. He was in agreement of my results.
When you talk about the photos, so in your report, you're actually showing all of those characteristics that we've talked about so anyone else could later look at them and see how you reached your conclusion.
It's the photo documentation it's just a snapshot of one portion of the comparison, but yes, a trained examiner should be able to look at them and understand what exactly I was looking at.
Right, so ultimately your conclusion was both those cartridge casings and that projectile that you were provided was fired from the gun you were provided.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Here we go. Let's see what questions she's got.
I just have a couple questions, Your Honor. Mr. Boberg, when did you receive the request to test this firearm?
It was early March of this year.
So March 2025?
Yes.
And then how long after you received the request did you test the firearm?
I was notified that the request was coming in a couple of days. I received the evidence on a Wednesday, which my week wraps up on Thursday, and I did all of the work on that the following Monday, and the report was put out by Tuesday morning.
Okay, do you know what the date that Tuesday report was put out by?
I don't know the exact date. If you'd like, I can refer to my notes and give you that exact date.
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay.
Is that okay?
So the report was authored on March 4th of 2025. The evidence was received in our property and evidence unit on 2/26 of 25, in which I also received them on that 2/26 of 25 and returned them to our evidence room on the 4th of March.
Okay, thank you. And who requested you to do this test on this firearm? Where did your request come from?
This particular request was made from a detective who reached out to me via email explaining.
Oh, I'm so
could I assist him
sorry.
with a rush? I passed it through my supervisor
My
who allowed me
bad.
to contact the detective and have the evidence submitted. And then it was assigned to me because the
I
request
can't,
was
I
sent
mean,
directly to
shoot.
me.
I mean,
Do you know what detective that was?
you gotta
Detective
tell the court that. You gotta tell the court that.
And then who did you send your report to?
Once
And I
I'm
start 2
finished
hours
with my
behind them.
analysis, my report is then reviewed by another examiner and then a supervisor to make sure that it's all technically correct, and then admin, and then they're electronically released to Detective Duncan.
Lori, ask him, do you
And then
know
you
if
said you
I
had done
shot
some
that
photo
gun?
documenting. Were those photos attached to this report?
What are
They
you
were
gonna ask?
attached
Come
to
on.
all of my case notes, yes.
Okay. So there's a report, case notes, and then the photo documentaries?
It's all part of, the notes and the photo documentation is all one.
And how long do you think that report was total?
Oh, it's roughly 13 pages total, 13, 14 pages with the actual report.
Okay. Thank you.
Ask him, Lori. Ask him. Ask him if you
So
shot that gun.
fired the firearm 3 times, is that correct?
That's correct.
In your testing?
You wackadoodle.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And then if you were, did you point it all in the same direction when you fired?
Oh my
When I did
God,
my
does
test
it
firing, I
matter?
was firing into the water tank. The water tank has it's approximately 10-inch
Lori, you
thick
don't know
stainless
shit about
steel
guns.
tube
Yeah.
with a rest inside of it.
Lori, you don't know jack shit about guns, do you? Did you point him in the same direction? What the fuck? He's just testing to see if those bullets came from that gun. That's all he's testing. He's not doing like scientific experiment, look, shooting into a dummy. He's not doing all that. They have a chamber with water in it that they test fire into, Lori. You want him to reenact the shooting of your husband or what? Your ex-husband? Oh, Lori, you're just
I
great.
fire it into, so it stays in one place and fires at a specific angle into the water so that I'm not striking anything or being unsafe in any way.
And what's your distance at that point?
Oh, approximately
Oh my God, Lori. He's not reenacting the shooting, Lori. You don't know jack shit, do you?
foot
Oh, just a foot away into
Yeah.
the water tank?
into the water. Yeah.
Okay. And then did all of the casings go into the exact same place?
Duh!
Close to the same place?
So around the inlet tube that we shoot into, we have a big net that catches the cartridge cases.
So you can't really tell where they land then, I guess, because the net catches them? Is that what you're saying?
It's land as far as they kind of shoot out of the
Not
gun and then get caught
reenacting.
by the net.
Okay. So they don't land on the ground and roll to the
No.
close to each other. Okay. But you kind of got a feel for this gun because you shot it, right?
I did.
Oh my God.
So if you were to shoot the gun straight and then move 40 degrees to the right and shoot it again, do you think that the casings would end up in the same area?
Objection as to speculation without.
Yeah, right.
confirmation of-
Right. He's not reenacting the fucking shooting, Lori.
He shot the gun, Your Honor. I was
Hold on,
asking his
hold on,
opinion.
Hold on. He can answer.
Ask him if
First of
it
all, I
freaking
understand the
ejects to
question.
the right or the left. How about
If
that?
I
Why
may
don't you do
clarify?
that, Lori?
Sure.
So you're asking if I point a weapon, say this way, and then turn this way.
Correct.
Okay. I can't answer that.
Go ahead.
I would expect the cartridge case to be slightly different from the very first one, but
Yep.
not much, depending on what
Depending on what it
interacts
landed
with
on.
it in its flight path. Did
Exactly.
it bounce off of something? What's the floor type? What is, or
Fucking Lori.
whatever it hits
You,
first?
you,
I
you don't
couldn't
know
say
about
without knowing
physics
any of
either,
that.
Lori, do you?
Okay.
Dummy.
So would it be safe to say that
Oh my
the
God.
casings would end up in the same place if you didn't move and you fired 2 shots? They should end up close to the same location.
Again, it really depends on what is around, because typically when a semi-automatic firearm is fired, the slide comes back and the cartridge case ejects up and to the right. So
it
you
ejects to the
move it
right. You got
slightly,
that,
it
Lori?
changes that angle slightly.
So
it
don't
could
go
be
asking them where
slightly
when it
different.
where it
could be in the
ejects,
same
to the right
location,
or the
depending on
left.
how they bounce and roll.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. So if you fired the gun
Oh my
and and the casing ricocheted off the wall, but then you move the gun and fired it again somewhere else, it could miss the ricocheting of the wall altogether, right?
Again, without knowing the scene, I couldn't say.
He can't tell you.
So in your report, I don't want to
Stay away
simplify
from
it
guns,
because I know
Lori.
that you are a
Stay away
scientist.
from them.
But
Oh wait, you will stay away.
is it basically
from 'em 'cause
saying that
you're locked up for life?
this gun, that those casings came from this particular gun?
You
My
just got
exact
done
wording would
saying
be
that. Are
very
you not
similar to that. It
paying
would say
attention?
items, whatever the unique identifier
Yeah.
is, were identified as
She
having been
must have been
fired
out to
from
lunch.
item, which is the gun.
Okay. This particular gun, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And then you would say that those projectiles also came from this particular gun. Is that correct?
He said that, Lori.
And then, and this testing was done this year on March 4th, is that correct?
March
Right.
4th is my report date, meaning all of the analysis is completed and it is done.
So he did
At
it
that point,
before
my
March
analysis was
4th.
actually conducted on the 3rd.
Okay. Okay, no more questions, thank you.
Redirect.
Why'd you wait so long? That's what I would have asked him, Lori, since you want to ask him every fucking thing else. Or would bamboo clothing
Did
stop the bullets?
Casings eject from on this Springfield.
On this particular Springfield, the ejection port is angled to the right and up.
Up and to the right.
So in order to.
Like the
let
other
me ask you this.
detective said.
When casings are ejected and you're not attempting to move your arm or the gun, do they always land right in the exact same spot?
They do not.
Do they bounce and roll?
They
Sometimes
do. Again, it's a very
depends.
violent action. That slide is moving very quickly. A lot of times.
It's
the
a
cartridge case is
violent
spinning, so
action?
they can
Is that what
tumble
he just
through
said?
the air. and
Well,
again,
it's
bounce
very
off of
violent if you're
anything,
aiming
such
it
as
at
the floor,
somebody.
Walls, anything around.
So even as each time you pull the trigger, if you're trying your hardest to keep it as still as you can, does that mean the casings will land
Nope.
exactly right next to each other?
No, they won't.
Where the casings land, does that depend on multiple factors?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So the type of flooring or ground would be one thing.
Any kind of intervening objects, type of flooring, if it lands on grass, it's probably going to stick or stop, or
If you're
lands on
holding it
carpet,
steady or
wall,
not.
wood, all bounces differently.
If it bounces off a wall, that would impact where it might land.
Yes.
So having fired guns multiple times, semi-automatics, at your best in trying to keep them together, are they maybe grouped in a general area together?
Typically, when we're firing multiple rounds repeatedly, they tend to generally land in like kind of a pool area. It's not small, but it is a generalized area.
And in a
You never know.
situation
It
where
may.
a gun may be
It
slightly
may.
moved, that cantering of a gun, can that change the location?
You'd be
of
holding
the
that sucker awkward, but
the,
hey, it may happen.
casing itself?
It may happen.
Absolutely. I mean, it's designed
Hell,
as it's
I think,
designed.
you
but it
know,
will
the
eject up
casing
and to the
landed
right.
in her teeth.
So, I mean, if you turn it this way, it's up. Could change dramatically, however you're angling it or turning it.
She caught it right between the teeth.
When you are talking about casings and where they land. Even if you go and see them, are
That's
you
why a
able
lot of people don't
to,
go off of where the casings are,
look
is
at them
because a
and
lot of
say
things,
that was
I
from
mean,
shot number 1 or that was from shot number
varies
2?
with the shit.
Oh, no, we just generalize an area of where a shooter might have been.
And again, that's just
Yep,
because they're
generalized
landing
area
just
where the
in
shooter has
a
been.
pool
Yep,
area,
that's
even if you're
exactly
trying
right.
to shoot as straight and uniform as you can.
That's correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one coming down.
Please have better questions than Lori. Please have better questions than Lori. Please have better questions than Lori. I wonder if they're gonna call the detective that looked into the case. Not the crime scene detective, the detective. We still have yet. What are they on witness 15? Oh my goodness, they are gonna be done soon. The state said that they'll
All right, I have a
rest on
question from a
Thursday.
juror. Where would the casings go if the gun was held sideways?
Just for clarification, sideways either way.
Why don't you tell us for either way?
So if I was to cant it sideways and the butt was down, it could potentially go up and fall to the left side because of the way the gravity would be.
Yep.
However, if you turn it this way, it's angling it further down.
Yep.
And again, it depends on how it hits the ground.
Are
what it
slightly
could bounce
angled
off
to
of.
the right or to the left.
All right, any other?
But typically, you're not supposed to hold a gun that way.
Not seeing any
That
follow-up
is
from the defense
gangsta.
based on that question?
No.
State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down.
You know, it could cause
Thank
a
you.
jam.
State can call its next witness.
So you're not supposed to do that. Okay, who's next? We're on freaking witness 16. Goodness gracious. At this rate, she's gonna be done. She's gonna be done before Thursday. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised Lori's not acting like a regular pro se defendant where they ask 500 million questions to one person. They got to question everybody. Everybody.
All right, come on right up here in front and be sworn in.
Who's this now? Who's this witness now?
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Who is this? Who is this woman? She's got a lot of stuff. Whoever she is. Is this a detective?
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Cassandra Anglon. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department in our robbery homicide unit.
Can you tell us about your career with the Chandler Police Department?
So next week, I will have 24 years at the department. Started in patrol, graduated through the Phoenix Police Academy. I have no prior, all my experiences with Chandler. Started in patrol, I worked there a couple years and then was selected to move into a newer unit they created, which was more of a general investigations unit. Worked assaults, burglaries, thefts, kind of entry-level detective type cases. We had
Burglary is entry
reorganization
level?
with, I'd been in that unit about a year and a half, and that unit morphed into
Morphed
our family
into?
violence unit.
What is it?
So
A
at
mighty
that
Morphin
point,
Power
my
Ranger?
cases became primarily physical child abuse cases, some missing person type cases,
Oh, I wouldn't
and
want
then
that
the
job.
majority was domestic violence, assaults, aggravated assaults, things like that. Worked in that unit for a couple years and then moved into our narcotics and organized crime unit and worked in that unit for about 5 years.
Oh, you were
doing
putting recalls
primarily
on
narcotic,
people?
large
Damn.
scale
Like
narcotics
YSL?
investigations.
Oh.
In September of 2009, I was selected and moved into our robbery and homicide unit. And I've been in that unit since September of 2009, where I am now.
As part of your job, are you called out to respond to scenes?
Yes.
So she was at
And
the
what
scene
are
that
your
day.
normal working hours?
So we work 4 10s, so 4 10-hour shifts a week. There
Oh,
are
you
6
mean
people in our unit. So
24
I
hour
am one of the
shifts?
3 that works Tuesday to Fridays, and then the
Well,
other
what
half
kind
of
of
our unit
detective
works
are you?
Monday to Thursdays. But there is one detective in our unit that's on call all the time. And then
I
depending
wouldn't
on the
want that
scale
job.
of the
Being on
case,
call all
the
day,
on-call
all
is
the time.
responsible for
Fuck
being
all that.
available to come in off
You
hours.
couldn't have a leg.
But depending on the scale of the case, they'll call in additional detectives to help, sometimes supplementing from other units within the department, depending on the case.
Were you working on Thursday, July 11th of 2019?
I was.
And where were you located? Where's your office?
So my office is at our main precinct, which is in downtown Chandler. But that day I was not in the office. I was driving to kind of a community event that was in West Chandler.
Were you asked to respond to a scene at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I was.
Why were you asked to respond to that house?
So I had initially heard some radio traffic about a potential shooting that had happened there. And then, so I was aware of the call for service that was going on that patrol had responded to. And then I was contacted by my supervisor shortly thereafter by phone because I wasn't in the station. And they had asked that myself and several detectives respond down to assume that investigation from patrol.
Do you recall approximately when you arrived at that house?
I believe it was right around 9:28,
Are we gonna see
9:30
her
is
body
my
cam
arrival
footage?
time on CAD, but it would have been within a
Or does
couple
she not
minutes of
care
that,
to have
depending
body
on
cam?
how significant the radio traffic was that I could get out onto the radio.
In 2019, as a detective, did you have
I thought there
body-worn
would be more
camera assigned to
evidence in
you?
this case.
We did not.
Apparently not.
So you were not wearing a body cam
This
unit
is a
at
very
that time?
No,
circumstantial
we
case.
did not get ours issued until I believe a couple years later.
But
Can
do
you
I think
describe
she's
for us
guilty?
the
Yeah,
crime
I
scene when
really
you
think
arrived?
that they should be
So
able
when
to
I
bring
arrived
up
in the
that
neighborhood, it's a gated
she's already been
community. I
charged
arrived
with,
on the
or
north side of where the
already been convicted of freaking three prior conspiring to murder somebody.
residence was. Marked patrol units and uniformed patrol officers were there. There was already yellow crime scene
Tape put up.
about a house or two north and a house or two south. And I
perimeter.
could see several of the initial patrol officers that had responded that were present when I got there.
When you got there, was the fire engine still there?
I believe they were, but there was
Oh, Lori's gonna look at your report, lady,
what we
and if
call our
you're
care
off by
unit.
a little
Our
bit,
CR 288 is
gonna-
the crisis unit. They're
gonna
a
hammer you
fire
home.
personnel, but they respond out to our scenes at our request as well.
Okay, and so that was there.
Correct.
Did you observe any individuals that you learned to be the shooter at the scene?
I did. Alex Cox.
Can you describe where you saw him?
So when I approached the house, I was walking south towards the house. He was seated on a curb. I remember there being like a trash can or something right there. And Officer Krautheim was outside. And I remember seeing him sitting there as I walked past up to a supervisor at the scene.
And can you describe for us the demeanor of Alex Cox when you went by him?
He was sitting on the curb, didn't really appear, just kind of normal, wasn't really agitated or upset. He had what looked like, I think it was a paper towel or Kleenex in his hand. And at one point he reached back and kind of touched the back of his head. But he was just seated, just kind of sitting there.
Did you observe yourself any injuries at that time to his head?
I did not. I didn't have contact with him at the scene at all.
Okay. When you arrive at a scene like that as a detective, what's sort of the process of what does everyone do when you get there?
So initially what we try is that the first one or two like investigative type personnel usually will make immediate contact with the supervisor on scene, usually a sergeant or a lieutenant, and try to just kind of do a quick assessment or triage of what's going on. What is kind of the quick initial what happened? Is anybody outstanding? What are kind of the things we need to do? Because then as personnel from like my unit and other investigative units arrive, we can start assigning tasks and roles. We always, by practice, assign a case agent, and then a scene agent is separate. And then any other personnel that get there start assigning tasks, what needs to be done, what needs to happen.
So what is the roles of a detective versus the patrol officers who've been there?
So patrol officers are going to be your first responders. They are going to be the ones that dispatch when you call 911 or the non-emergency number. Patrol is going to come to your house first. They're the uniformed in a marked patrol car. They're going to respond out and do the initial investigation, initial scene safety, initial first aid until it's safe for fire to get there. They're going to be your initial first responders. If the call or event or incident that they're responding to is going to be more significant or more serious, or maybe needs more specialized equipment or investigation, or potentially they might need a search warrant, then you're going to see where detectives are going to get called out to assume an investigation from patrol. So there will be some overlap. And then once we come out and kind of take the investigation over, patrol then gets released from the event, and it will become kind of property of the detectives that come out to assume the case.
Do you have patrol officers still helping things like securing the scene and making sure that, no one is just running up into the house or something?
Absolutely.
While you were on scene, did you notice any other civilians kind of waiting around?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
At one point, I realized that where Officer Krautheim was standing, basically across from the house, it was within the crime scene, that an adult female, LORIVALLOW, and then her daughter, Tylee, had at some point got there. I'm not sure exactly when, but I realized that they were standing in the vicinity of Officer Krautheim within the crime scene near a red car.
Did you see the interaction between Officer Krautheim and these two, LORIVALLOW and Tylee?
I did, from across the street.
When you saw that interaction, did you know who they were at that point?
I did not know who they were. I found out a short time later.
So did Officer Krautheim advise you and other detectives who they were?
Yes.
So you said the female was LORIVALLOW?
Correct.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table wearing like a navy blue blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
can you describe Lori Vallow's demeanor when you saw her across the street there?
So she was standing, the car they were near was parked along the curb, and she was standing basically in front of the parked car. And Tylee was standing next to her, just kind of appeared to be having this kind of ordinary interaction with Officer Krautheim, just kind of talking to him, didn't seem real
Concerned?
animated or emotional.
Concerned?
Just seemed very kind of ordinary and kind of nonchalant.
Were any police cars visible at the crime scene?
Yes,
And so there's yellow crime scene tape up.
correct.
That would be a mess. That's just me though.
So when Officer Krautheim came over, did he talk to you and some other detectives?
He did.
And did he advise you about his interaction with Miss Vallow and Tylee?
Don't say what he
didn't
said.
Talk to me about their interaction. He just more identified who they were.
Okay.
And at that point, we had had some discussion about kind of additional rules that had just developed.
So at some time while you're sitting there and you're standing around talking with sergeants and whatnot, is that when you learned who you believe to be the shooter, Alex Cox, was?
Yes,
And at some time while you are again getting these updates, did you learn who the deceased male was inside the residence?
correct.
And who was that?
That was Charlesvallow.
During this time, did it
Rest in
become
peace.
known to you the relationship between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
Correct. They were brother, sister.
And during this time, did you become aware of the relationship between Miss Vallow and Charles Vallow?
Correct. Husband, wife.
After you, I guess during the time when you were speaking with these officers, were you updated by Officer Krautheim about whether or not Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
No. I had talked to my sergeant actually about speaking with her specifically about doing what we refer to as a death notification.
Well, let me go back. So did you believe that Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
I did not.
You
Because-
thought she had no idea.
I didn't think she knew because she wasn't there when I got there.
Had you been advised that by Officer Krautheim or
Oh, she
his
knew.
sergeant relating to information he had
She was
received
getting
from Alex
updates
Cox
probably from,
that she was not present?
yeah.
I didn't believe that she was present at the time the incident occurred prior to me speaking with her.
Okay. And that was based upon information that you had obtained from briefings?
Correct.
Okay. Since you thought that Lori Vallow did not know her husband was deceased, what did you do?
So I had a brief discussion with my sergeant and we agreed that it would be the right thing to do a death notification to her. She is legally his wife. They're married. She would be his legal next of kin. She's standing basically in the crime scene, and I think professionally it's in delaying,
Courteous.
letting someone know that their loved one is deceased isn't appropriate. So we made a decision at that point to contact her to do an actual death notification. So it was clear that he was deceased.
So because she's there at the scene, do you just walk up to her while she's standing right there in front of the car to notify her? How do you do that?
No, so her and Tylee were now seated within the care unit that I had mentioned, our CR 288. They have a van, and we utilize it a lot. So they were seated within that van. I had approached the van with my sergeant, and my intention was to try to get her to come out of the van because Tylee was in there with her, so I could have a discussion with her outside of the view of any children. When I made contact with her. We ended up having the conversation with her in the van with Tylee.
So let me ask this. What was her demeanor when you see her in this van?
Pretty much the same as her demeanor before. Not real emotional. She was pretty calm. Didn't seem overly affected.
I think you had used nonchalant previously.
Yeah, it's a good word to describe it.
So how did that notification go down? Were you able to tell her what happened?
So opened the van. I made contact with her. I think at some point I asked her something to the effect that if she would step out of the van to talk to me. And at that point, she said that she already knew because she was there, which was kind of a surprise. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. And at that point, I confirmed with her that he had died and he was deceased, and quickly kind of conferred with my sergeant away.
So did she
that
shoot
at this
him
point,
and
her and
Alex
Tylee are
took
now
the blame,
witnesses
or
to
what?
the event, and they need to be interviewed, obviously.
So it's normal for detectives to have to make death notifications,
Yes,
and you have made death notifications in other cases.
unfortunately, yes.
And
That's
so
gotta be
in
hard.
this case, you yourself was the one surprised to learn that you didn't have to give her a death notification.
I was.
Did her demeanor change at all when she's telling you that she was there and knew he was dead?
No.
She didn't give a fuck.
So at this point, now that you know that it's not just a death notification, she now may have relevant information. What happens at that point?
I had made a request of her that we would like to obviously talk to her, and if I could transport them back to the police station. If possible, we like to do the interviews in a more contained environment, obviously one that we can record, and one that's not in the middle of a crime scene. So I had asked if her and Tylee would come back to the
Are we
police
going to
station
see
with me, and
the
I ultimately
interviews?
ended up driving them, both of them, back to the police station.
Is there a special area at the police station that you took them to?
I did. I took them to what's referred to as our FAC, which is our Family Advocacy Center.
What's the difference between the FAC and, maybe what people have seen on TV of just like the cold room with a table and two chairs?
So the Family Advocacy Center is a separate part of the police department. It actually has a separate entrance, and it's designed
kind of like Children's
specifically
Center.
for like victims of crime. We do forensic interviews of children there.
Yep.
It's not, there are not uniformed officers that work within that area. It's designed specifically for like victims of crime. We do use it sometimes, obviously, for witnesses. There will never be like in custody and custodial, like suspect interviews or anything in there. It's a separate
Well,
section
that's
of
when
the
you
police
get the cold
department
slab
that's kind of an
interview
entity
room.
on its own.
So when you're going to interview LORIVALLOW, do you have any concept sort of what she saw, what her involvement is at that point?
No.
So when you said you drove her and Tylee to the police station?
I did.
So they left their car at the scene.
They did. They came with me in my city vehicle.
Can you describe Lori's demeanor as you're driving her to the police station?
So obviously I drove. She was in the front passenger seat. Tylee was seated behind her.
Show the video.
Majority
Show
of the
the
drive,
video.
we were actually talking about Tylee. It's a little bit awkward because you're trying not to talk about anything that happened until you can get to the police station. So you're trying to kind of make this strange small talk.
You mean you don't have a body
but,
cam where you could just record the audio while you're driving?
We were talking primarily about Tylee and her schooling and such. But we were driving, and She was just kind of chattering along as we were driving.
I bet she was chattering along.
Not really.
Did she, was she crying or emotional at all while
No,
you're driving?
she
No.
could two shits.
Um,
She just wanted the
while you
insurance
were
money.
Before you left in the car,
Dirty bitch.
did she ever try to ask
Wackadoodle.
any questions about how her brother was doing or what, what's going on with her husband or
Did she try to recruit you to the doomsday cult? Did she tell you that she's a translated being and that he was possessed by a zombie named Ned?
or anything like that?
Not of me, no.
When you got her
I got
to
questions.
the police station, but how long did that take approximately?
It's probably a 20-minute drive from the house to where the station is, about,
Was she chatting away the whole time?
for the majority of it.
Of course she was. I'm
When
surprised she
you
didn't
get
tell you that she's a translated being and that Ned is finally dead. Because she's a whole wackadoodle. Or she tried to tell you, oh, yes, you should come to the doomsday cult. Blah, blah, blah. Because it's the second coming of Christ. And yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. And you need to prepare. Yeah.
Police station, do you separate Lori and her daughter Tylee?
I did.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
Can we watch
She's
it?
Free to leave at any time?
Yes.
Did you know if she had a cell phone with her when you were interviewing?
Damn it. I want to watch it.
I don't
That shit crazy. Yep.
believe, well, she did, she had a phone with her at one point, but she wasn't on it or doing anything.
Did she provide you with a cell phone number when you were talking to her?
In the initial part of the interview, yes. The initial part of the interview is
Come on, play the
biographical
fucking
name, date of
interview,
birth,
now,
phone
damn
number,
it.
address, that type of
Shit.
thing.
Did you ever ask to look at her cell phone?
Or are
I
they
did
not
not.
going to play it because Tylee's in it and Tylee's
Did she
dead?
ever offer to show you her cell phone?
She did not.
Well, of course not.
Did you know at that point, well, let me ask you, had you been inside the scene at that
She's
point?
probably
Inside the
giving
house?
Alex a
So I
play-by-play.
did not go in the house until later. Prior to me coming back to the scene later, I was never inside the house.
So at that point, when you are first meeting with Lori, to driving her there, did you know if she had Charles Vallow's cell phone with her?
I did not know.
Did you sort of assume that Charles Vallow's cell phone would have been at the scene with him?
I did assume that, yes.
That's whose phone she probably was
So I
on,
wanna
was
start with, you
Charles's
told us
phone.
that you asked some
That
basic
shit crazy.
biographical information. And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 186.
Go ahead.
She's going to have to test it. I mean, she's just going to have to hear it before it's
Have
played.
you watched that CD, Exhibit 186, previously?
I have, yes.
Is your initial on it to identify that you've watched it?
My initials and my badge number.
And is that to identify that you recognize that as the part of the interview where you're asking LORIVALLOW for biographical information?
Correct.
And that shows it's an accurate copy of that portion of the interview?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 186.
Any objection?
The only objection is to the portion, Your Honor. It's not going to be a full,
It's
just a portion of it.
redacted? Are you saying it's redacted?
This is only one portion of it. We're going to be going through lots of portions of it.
What was the number?
186.
186 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if I can publish it.
Go ahead.
Lori, are you going to cry because your daughter's in it? Probably not. Wackadoodle. complete wackadoodle. Okay, cameraman, show us the video, motherfuckers.
Okay. I know Laura's your first name, right? L-A-U-R. Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow, V-A-L-L-O-W.
And your date of birth?
6/26/73.
And then your phone number?
808-755-5452.
And you live at the house, right?
She looks high.
So in this portion that we see,
She looks high. Or was she crying? She looks high.
in 186, she gave you a phone number of the 808-755-5452.
Correct.
During your investigation, did you learn that LORIVALLOW had more than one cell phone?
I did.
Did you learn whether or not she was employed outside the home?
I don't believe she was.
Did you ever read her Miranda rights?
No.
Why not?
She was not in custody. She was there consensually. And at the time that I was talking
Yes,
to
he
her,
was
I
being a
talking to her
savior.
as what I believe to be a witness.
Now, did you talk to her
Freaking
about
wackadoodle.
sort of when she moved into the house, some background about her?
She
her
looks
son and
high in the
Charles,
video.
and
I
the
don't know. That
relationship?
maybe it's me.
Yes.
She looks fucking high as fuck.
My paralegal can approach with exhibit 187.
Go ahead.
Was she doing mushrooms or something?
You recognize exhibit 187, again, having your initials and badge number on it?
I do. Yes.
And is that marked as clip 2, the portion of your interview where
Come on, fucking
LORIVALLOW
show the
told you
video.
about
Quit
sort of
fucking
moving
around.
into the house and some background on JJ and Charles?
That's correct.
State will move to admit 187.
Can we hit?
Objection.
The objection would be Rule 106, Your Honor, the rule of completeness. We would ask that the whole thing be played,
All right.
the entire video.
The objection's overruled. The exhibit's admitted.
And if we can publish it.
I did. I think she was on mushrooms and wasn't sharing the fucking bitch. Fucking wackadoodle. Or acid or MDMA or some shit. She was on some shit. She had to have been on some shit. Thinking she's a translated being.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well,
oh, but
pay
wait,
the house
Lori,
for you
hold
or
on,
JJ,
hold on,
whatever, because
hold
it's
on,
all
hold
about
on, hold
JJ.
on. Hold on. Hold on, Lori. But you told the girl that he was talking to, that you guys weren't getting a divorce and you weren't separated and all that other shit. But here you're saying that you're separated. You look high as fuck in this
Never about
video.
Tyler, but it's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. So he was like a drug baby and had all these problems. And so
You look high as fuck in this video.
we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising
Maybe
him
I'm
together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, like whatever, all these things. And then he told
It's
me
never
that
your
he
fault,
was
huh,
just-
Lori? It's not your fault that you ran away and had an affair and shit, right,
You
Lori?
have to read them to me, but he's always mad at me, right? And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him. So that's just how it is. So,
Whoa! 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 Did she just say I don't like him? She just fucking told the cops she don't like him? That's not gonna look good. That's not gonna look good.
So I want to talk a little bit about this portion of your interview with LORIVALLOW. She told you about the adoption of JJ
Wow.
by Charles, correct?
Correct.
And that JJ suffered from some disability.
She had to have been high.
During this part of the
I'm
interview,
saying
did
she's
she
high,
tell
the
you
best
that
thing to
Charles
do.
had sent some threatening messages on the phone?
She wasn't
She
arrested
did. She
though.
said there were threats on her phone.
She was just giving a witness statement or what the fuck
She
ever.
did not.
So she has a phone with her, but she didn't show you anything.
No.
Did she ever explain what she meant?
No.
And we had just discussed that she
But
given
that
you
is
a
exactly
phone
right.
number
Keep
of
your mouth
808,
fucking
correct?
shut. Don't talk unless you have a
During that
goddamn attorney.
investigation, or
The
this
fuck?
investigation, sort of in the days that
Shut
followed,
up, motherfucker.
you learned later that most of the communication between Charles Vallow and LORIVALLOW was on one of her other cell phones, the one with a 480.
How are you
area
going to go
code.
so low and that plays so much? Jesus Christ.
So
Oh,
even though she
whoops.
gives you a totally
It has
different
nothing to
number,
do with
that's not the
this.
phone that you understood to have the communications between her and Charles.
I'm here just in the chat.
Does she also say in that clip that Charles Vallow didn't want a divorce from her?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that she didn't even like Charles
Yes.
and that she didn't want to deal with him
Yes.
and that he traveled to just kind of get away?
Correct.
When you were talking with LORIVALLOW, did she tell you that Charles had filed something against her saying she was crazy and asking to limit her supervised visitation?
That's correct.
Did she tell you that sort of in retaliation that she basically stopped talking to him and JJ for 30 days?
Correct. That he was in Houston. JJ was in Houston with Charles.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 188. And do you recognize Exhibit 188 as also being signed and have your badge number on that?
Yes.
Meaning you've reviewed it and has identified that as that portion of your interview with LORIVALLOW, including those areas of the supervised visitation.
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 188.
Your Honor, we're going to object that the whole interview should be played.
188, 188 is admitted.
And if we can publish it.
Go ahead.
him, and I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only gonna get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing.
So she, I know it got cut off sort of in the end there. She told you that after he filed this paperwork saying she was only going to get supervised visits, that she just didn't talk to him for 30 days.
Correct.
All right, let's take our afternoon stretch break, recess, 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition. Juror 15 is the only member of the jury present. Juror 15, when we did a sidebar this morning with the white noise,
Okay, I'm back. I'm back since they want to go on break. I hope they don't lose another juror. You know, that would suck because I think they only got like 13 jurors left. And if they lose another juror, then it's a done deal. But shit. I wonder if Lori's even going to put on a fucking defense at this rate because all her subpoenas are given out wildly. Where the hell did my pen go? Well, what did I say we're on? Juror 16? I mean, juror 16. We're on witness 16 or 17. Let's see, 13, 14. Oh, we're on 15. Wait, no. There was the ME, the insurance person. No, we just got done with the insurance person, right? Yeah, we got the firearms expert, the insurance person, the fraud person. Oh, we've got so 13, 14, 15, 16. We're on 17, right? Let's see. Emmy, then the Social Security fraud dude, the insurance person, then the firearms person, and then this detective. So 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We're on 17. Holy shit. At this rate, they might be done tomorrow. But she said they'll be done this. What they say? They'd be done. State rests on Thursday, they said. So I wonder if the last 5 or whatever. There's no way you're gonna 11 minutes to space. You guys are dumb if you're gonna actually do that shit. They're all kissing the ground they came back on. How funny. There ain't no way I would let somebody freaking shoot me up into space like that. Nope. Count me out on that shit. Mm-mm. No way. Because the minute I did that, it'd be ironic because I'd probably end up in pieces. Look at how beautiful. But I wonder, I don't know if they'll get finished with this person today. I think they're going to end the day with this person because who knows what questions Lori's going to ask. 500 million? I don't know. We'll see. I got a tickle in my throat and it won't go away. Come on. I don't know what time they left. I have no idea what time they left. Let me see if I'm all the way caught up. I think I am now. I'm all caught up. I don't know what time they left though. Oh my gosh. I wonder what time they left. So the lead investigator probably is not going to be until one of their last witnesses. I wonder who else they need to call though. Oh, they need to bring in the phone records. That's right. I forgot. They need to, I don't know if it's hearsay with him being passed away though. Huh. I guess we'll get to that bridge when we cross it, I guess. I mean, but you'd think they'd have phone records or something that would show something. Because I don't know how they arrived to a conspiracy charge if phone records don't come in. I cannot believe she said that she didn't like him. I don't like him. He's mad all the time and da 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 da, blah blah blah. Well, he can't say his side. So of course you're gonna paint him a meanie to make it look like, you know, it was justified. I get it. Come on. Shimon. Oh, Mike and back. I'm tired. I'm definitely taking a nap. Don't tell me no. To go down, I mean, you don't have to go down right this minute. I mean, you can wait until I lay down and then go down. What do you need again? my card out of the thing. Yeah, I wasn't saying you had to do it right away.
No, I thought you wanted something else from me. Like, I don't want to.
Just go down and get my card, and then I could order it when I get back, when I wake up. I said when I wake up from my power nap, I'll order it. Ordered it. But as soon as this wackadoodle's over with, I can lay down. I'm just waiting on the wackadoodle. Excuse me, that was my child, not me. It was very inappropriate and very loud. My back is killing me. Killing me softly with his song. Killing me softly with his words. Telling my whole life with his song. Boop. Booty boop. 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 Boop, 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 boop. Stop it. Right? I know I want a Baja Blast. A Baja Blast. You're a Baja Blast, kitty. You fall asleep in the strangest places. Meow meows. Meow meows. Quit licking. Oh, come on. It's had to have been 15 minutes. It's probably only been a few. Now I'm trying to think of all the freaking people we've had. We've had the Emmy. The Social Security dude. The life insurance woman. Let's see. Okay. You write this down real quick. Okay, we have the Emmy. The Social Security fraud dude. The life insurance person. The firearms dude. I'm surprised she didn't ask him, do you know if I shot this gun? Oh, we're back. Yes, I hear noises. Firearms and what else do I hear? Then this detective. So that's five witnesses in one day. That's pretty good. It's going faster than I thought. And Lori's cross-examined all of them except for one. One person. But I didn't hear her say, did you see, hear, or personally witness that I conspired with my brother Alex to kill my husband, Charlesvallow? I was waiting for some more of that. More of that kind of question. She did have some good questions, so I will give her that. For being pro se. Is the jury back? So they must be going till 5 today. I'm guessing. Because it's 4 now, so. Come on. Let's get this show on the road.
Please be seated. Go ahead and continue your direct.
Thank you. So Detective, when we broke, we had just watched Exhibit 188, a portion of your interview where LORIVALLOW was telling you that Charles had filed something against her, saying she was crazy and asking to limit her to supervised visitation. Did you understand or know what that was about at that time?
I did not.
Because she is crazy. He wasn't wrong for that.
Did you talk to LORIVALLOW about sort of Charles coming into town?
Yes,
So you understood that he did not live here in Phoenix?
I did.
And did she talk to you about booking a room for Charles and that he was going to come out and see JJ, his son?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 189.
Go ahead.
More video. I don't know why you just don't play it in its entirety and then ask the
And
questions.
do you recognize Exhibit 189 again that says clip
Or
4?
stop and go.
Your
I
signature
don't.
badge?
Yes.
And is that a portion of the interview where you are talking to Lori about Charles coming into town, him traveling and coming here to see JJ?
It is.
State will move to admit 189.
Any objection?
Will object, Your Honor. The defense will on Rule 106 of completion. Ask that the whole interview just be played.
All right. Was it 109?
189.
I'm sorry, 189 is admitted.
And if we could publish it.
Boy, you can play the whole goddamn thing in your redirect or your cross.
The time because he travels for business and the business pays for it, right? So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers in their retirement plans, but he goes to them. He mostly works in California.
Okay.
No matter.
What's the full quote? Okay. So she advised that she booked a hotel for him.
So the audio wasn't on initially when that played,
Okay.
but there is a portion in the interview where she does tell me that.
Where she says, I'll book you a hotel.
Correct.
During your interview, did LORIVALLOW tell you that Charles traveled a lot for his work?
Yes.
And did she tell you that his travel was an excuse not to care for his son?
Yes, that he was gone a lot.
Did LORIVALLOW tell you that she had left Charlesvallow in Texas and moved back to Arizona?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that Charles was still living in Texas?
Yes, in the Houston area.
Did she say that Charles had rented her a house for her and JJ and her daughter Tylee to live?
Correct.
Did you talk to her about whether or not she had an interaction with Charles the night before, on
Yes.
July 10th? And did she advise that it was just limited to a text message?
Correct. Not in person, just via the phone.
Okay. My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 190.
Gonna put me to fucking
to
sleep.
recognize that
Jeez.
again with your initials and badge number
Correct.
as a portion of your interview where LORIVALLOW was telling you that Charles was not at the house at night. He just let her know he'd be over at 7:30 the next morning.
That's right.
State will move to admit 190.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Right, 190 is admitted.
Standing objection, LORIVALLOW.
Kind of his
Daybell,
macho
ma'am.
attitude. And so he came this morning, I scheduled everybody.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like,
So you understood that she had no interaction with Charles on July 10th.
In person, correct.
But she knew what time to expect Charles the next morning on July 11th at 7:30.
Right.
When you were talking with her, did you talk to her about what time Charles actually showed up?
Yes.
And did she say 7:40, 7:35-ish?
I believe she said 7:35.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 191.
Go ahead.
And again, do you recognize Exhibit 191 as having been initialed and have your badge number on it?
I do.
And is that in clip number 6, the portion of your interview where she's talking about what time Charles showed up that morning?
Correct.
State will move to admit 191.
Same objection.
Yes, Your Honor, the defense objects.
All right, 191 is admitted.
And if we can publish.
Go ahead.
So
Do you remember about what time he got there?
he said he'd be there 7:30, but it was more like 7:40-ish
Okay.
or 7:35, I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember thinking, looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr.
Yeah.
On
Punctual.
time. Yes.
So at this point, you understand that LORIVALLOW knew Charles was coming to Arizona,
Correct.
and she knew he was going to show up on the 11th at 7:30 a.m.,
Correct.
and that he was coming there to pick up their son, JJ.
Yes.
Did the defendant talk to you about when Charles shows up, sort of how they get JJ in the car, and that she goes out to the car with Charles and JJ, and then that she ultimately ends up with Charles's cell phone?
That's right.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 192. And do you again recognize that with your initials and your badge number?
I do.
Clip number 7, a portion of the interview where you are being told by LORIVALLOW that she put JJ in the car, and eventually how she got Charles's phone.
Correct.
State will move to admit 192.
Same objection.
The defense will object to 106.
192. 192.
I'm sorry. The rule 106
Oh.
is the objection. I'm sorry.
Got you. All right, 192 is admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
You know, he's just been difficult, so.
Yeah.
Anyway. So I got JJ's stuff ready, and he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes, because it's like 15 minutes to the school, and like you can't get there early, they don't open the gates until 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King, because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and the Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants, because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him in, just go. and he's big and he was heavy and it was hard for me to handle. But anyway, so I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put it in the car,
Okay.
in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, give me my phone. And I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for? You know, he's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother. And I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house. And I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like my other brother.
So in this portion, LORIVALLOW told you that she kissed JJ goodbye and Charles took JJ and the backpack out to the car,
Correct.
and that she went inside and got a hold of Charles's cell phone.
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles came back inside and saw her with the phone and told her to give it back to him?
That's right.
Did LORIVALLOW ever tell you that she gave the phone back to Charles?
She did not.
So LORIVALLOW is telling you that Charles is demanding the phone back, and she instead says, show me your text messages.
Correct.
We heard previously that LORIVALLOW had told you that Charles had taken JJ away from her for 30 days, and so she didn't talk to him, right?
That he had JJ for 30 days and they didn't talk, yes.
And so now she's telling you she's demanding to know why he's in Arizona? Why he came to Arizona? Is that what she said? Why are you even here?
I believe so, yes.
So Charles had to take care of his son, and now he's here to visit his son?
Correct.
Is what
Correct.
she even said.
Yes.
So did she tell you that she had confronted Charles about texting her brother, Adam, in this portion of the interview?
In the portion of the interview, she discusses with me asking Charles why he's talking to her brother, Adam.
And were you aware at this time, when you are interviewing LORIVALLOW, that Charles and Adam had been texting?
No,
Did you even know who Adam was at that point?
I didn't know who Adam was.
And so, and again, I think you told us you were not aware at that time that LORIVALLOW was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone.
Correct.
And were you aware at that time that Charles had flown Adam in?
No,
So you're just kind of hearing this and listening to what she's saying.
correct.
Did you go into some additional detail about, again, Charles demanding that LORIVALLOW give him back his cell phone?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with clip 197.
Go ahead.
It's out of order. Clip 8.
No.
Do you recognize Exhibit 197, clip 8?
I do.
And again, did you initial and put your badge number on that?
I did.
And did that reflect, again, another portion of your interview where LORIVALLOW is describing to you what is going on when Charles Vallow is demanding his phone back, what she does?
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 197.
Same objection.
Defense will object to playing the whole video, Your Honor.
197.
Yes,
197 is admitted.
and if we may publish.
Go ahead.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and.
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone, he was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that.
Wow. You
So-
deceitful bitch.
This is the second time that LORIVALLOW is telling you that Charles is telling her to give him back his phone,
Correct.
and she is refusing to do so.
Yes,
And she advised that she was walking around the house, right?
correct,
So he's screaming at her, and she's walking around.
correct.
I'd be upset too if you didn't give me my phone.
During this initial confrontation over the phone, does LORIVALLOW tell you it's just her and Charles?
Yes.
And so did you ever ask her why she didn't just give the phone back to Charles so he could take JJ to school?
I did not.
Yeah, where was JJ at this
During
point?
your interview with LORIVALLOW, did she tell you at some point that since she wouldn't give Charles back the phone and he's screaming at her, that her daughter Tylee and her brother Alex came out?
She did.
Did she tell you that her daughter Tylee came out with a bat?
She did.
Did she tell you that Tylee sort of poked at Charles with the bat
Yes,
while she and Charles were arguing?
correct.
Did she tell you that Charles took the bat away from Tylee and Tylee sort of fell back or something?
Correct.
She ended up on the floor.
Correct.
And that Lori then told her to go outside to JJ.
Yes.
Did LORIVALLOW ever tell you why her brother Alex Cox brought a loaded gun to her house?
She did not.
Did she tell you that she had asked Alex to come over to the house?
She did.
Did she ever tell you, well, let me say, so when she talked to you, she told you that she had wanted Alex to be there sort of to protect her in case anything went bad, right?
Correct.
So did she tell you why Alex didn't go to the door with her when Charles is pounding on the door being a jerk or whatever?
She did not.
So she didn't explain why the gun was there or why Alex wasn't part of this initial phone argument?
Correct.
Did Lori ever tell you during your interview that Charles started this argument?
No.
During your interview of LORIVALLOW, was it always her saying that it was her that started this argument because she would not give Charles back his phone?
Correct.
So she told you that she was afraid of Charles coming over, invited her brother over to protect her, and then she started a fight by refusing to give Charles back his phone.
Correct.
During this interview, did Lori tell you that after Tylee went out to be with JJ, that Charles came at her with a bat?
Yes.
And that she moved into the kitchen and that while she was not able to see what was going on, she hears a shot?
That's correct.
If I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 193. Clip 9. Do you recognize Exhibit 193?
I do.
Did you initial and put your ID on that?
I did.
And is that a portion of this of your interview with LORIVALLOW where she talks about what her brother is doing and Charles is doing and her walking around into the kitchen with the phone?
Yes.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 193.
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, 193 submitted.
And if we may publish.
Go ahead.
outside.
Yeah, she was outside,
And then what happened?
then they got up from that, and my brother had like stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me at the back, yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly, and then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards.
Like he was swinging, but like swinging it backwards? He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontward.
Okay.
That don't make any sense, Lori.
One second. So in this clip, she's describing to you how how Charles was swinging the bat at her, correct?
Correct.
And in that clip, does she, or let me ask you this, does she go on to talk to you about whether or not her husband was a semi-professional baseball player?
She did, yes.
And she told you that, again, Charles is holding a bat and yelling at her to give him his phone.
Correct.
And she didn't give him back the phone?
She did not.
Did she talk to you about whether or not she saw the shot?
Yes.
Did she say she saw it or not?
She did not see the shot. She heard the shot.
So she indicated she does not. Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother pull out a gun?
No.
Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother go get a gun?
She did not.
Did she indicate how many shots she heard?
She specifically said the shot, as in one shot.
Did you at some point, well, let me ask again. So you had not been into this residence yet?
No.
So when she's telling you she's going around, did you understand what that was?
Not really, because I hadn't been inside. She was kind of describing the kitchen and the room they were in, but I hadn't seen it firsthand.
Okay. When you were talking to Lorivallow, did you ask her if Charles or her brother Alex had said anything before Alex shot Charles?
Yes.
And did she indicate she doesn't recall hearing that?
Correct.
And if my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 195, clip 11. Do you recognize Exhibit 195?
I do.
And again, it's your initials and badge on that.
It is.
Is that portion of the interview where you asked her if she'd heard anything said between Charles and Alex prior to the shooting?
I thought she wasn't there. Now she's there.
State will admit 195.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
195 is admitted.
And if we may publish.
I gotta get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got Gigi in the car, and he was trying to come in, and Tylee was like looking at me.
But where was JJ in all this?
Wrong one. Well, play that one, I guess. Let me see, and we'll talk about that one since admitted. Okay. Yeah, we'll play it and talk about it.
I gotta get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got Gigi in the car and he was trying to come in. And Tylee was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened. And I told her to get in the car and let him take Gigi to school. And I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
Like,
So in exhibit, what we have is 195, is that actually then the portion where she's talking about what she did after as well as what Alex was doing when she went back in there?
Correct.
So she advised you that after she heard this shot, she just left
She did. She went outside.
and then drove off in Charles's rental car?
Correct.
And she told you that when she saw Charles on the floor, Alex was standing in front of him.
Correct.
Did you ask her to describe any distance of how far away?
I did not.
And then if we can approach then with what is I think that is exhibit 194. Is that, again, a portion of this interview? We're talking about the shots, actually.
Correct.
And you watched that previously and initialed it and put your badge number on it.
I did.
State will move to admit 194.
Same objection, Your Honor.
194 is admitted.
Okay, yeah.
he was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it wasn't a good idea for Tylee to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro
Yeah.
when he was young. But,
You think it's
yeah,
funny,
and then I
Lori?
just kind of turned around and we were all right there in that room except for the kids had been outside by that time and I heard the gunshot.
Mhm.
And
So you heard the shot?
mhm.
Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him and so back around. So I don't know if you went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot, I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
So again, that's the portion where she is advising you that she only heard the shot but didn't see the shot.
Correct.
So she's advising you she doesn't know what her brother was doing.
Reasonably, yes.
During this whole interview that you had with LORIVALLOW, did she ever tell you that she handed over the phone to Charles?
She did not know.
So during the initial confrontation, when it's just her and Charles and he's demanding her phone, she won't give it back to him.
Correct.
When her daughter comes out and involves herself in this altercation, she wouldn't give him back the phone.
Correct.
And she advised that he's still at that point demanding his phone.
Yes.
And again, he's there to take JJ to school, right?
Right.
And then her brother comes out and again, he's demanding the phone and she still won't give it to him.
Correct.
Did she ever explain to you why she didn't just hand the phone back over?
She did not know.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 286. Have you looked at Exhibit 286 before?
I have.
And is your initials and badge on that?
It is, yes.
And is that a copy of the full interview?
It is, yes.
So it includes whatever conversations you had throughout that, about Charles Vallow and her views on him,
Yes,
and repeatedly that she never gave the phone back to Charles Vallow.
that's right.
State will move to admit 286.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
286 is admitted.
Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
She did not.
Yeah, never mind. Do you know who called 911?
I believe Alex Cox called 911.
We've discussed that she had multiple cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And so did you later learn that she also had Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I did.
So she has at least 2 cell phones with her, but she did not call 911.
That's correct.
After you interviewed Lori, did you have to get her and Tylee back to where the car was?
I did, yes.
Did you and someone else drive her, Tylee, and Alex Cox back?
Myself and at the time Detective, but now Lieutenant Moffett did.
So can you tell us about that?
So the interviews were concluded and we were going to get them back to the house. The search warrant was still ongoing at the house, but to get them back to get vehicles, they weren't in custody. So I obtained our victim services has a minivan because it just holds a lot of people. And we use the minivan to take everyone back to the scene instead of driving 2 different cars with people. So I drove and Detective Moffett sat in the very back. Tylee was sitting up front with me and Lori and Alex were behind me.
Okay. What was Lori's demeanor in the car with her brother and you and Moffett?
She was unaffected, not emotional. The best description I can give is that she chattered the whole way, basically back to the house. Not upset, almost not happy, but just really unaffected by everything that was going on. It was kind of striking.
Is there any acknowledgement about what had happened?
No.
Basically just talking like it was any other day?
That's a good description, yes.
Half an hour more.
Did you ever hear her talk about or say anything like, oh, I need to let Charles Vallow's sons know that he's dead?
What?
No, not specifically. She had referenced at one point like calling people, but not that she needed to like do additional like death notification.
When you got back to the 5531 South Four Peaks place, did you see Lori, Alex, and Tylee leave in that red Kia SUV?
They did. They left in the rental car.
What did you do initially after that?
So that was the first time that I came into the house. I came just into basically the threshold first part of that room. Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were finishing the search warrant and they were talking about some of the things that they had found. And there was some initial kind of discussion between us. And then I ultimately left because I had a different case to go work on. So I left to go do something else.
Did you go back to the police station?
I did.
Around 2 or so, did you get a call to see if you could help find Lori or Alex to come back to the house?
Yes. The detectives that were at the scene that were done doing, they were finishing the scene investigation. They were wondering if I could try to get in touch with Lori or Alex to try to get them to come back to the scene, because their intention was to try to do a walkthrough and some additional investigation. So I made a couple phone calls to the number that Lori had provided to me.
So you made more than one call to that 808 number.
I believe two.
Did you leave a message?
I left a message, yes.
After you had called and tried to reach her, what did you do?
I ended up going back to the scene very briefly while they were finishing. And at that point, Alex had come back to the scene. Lori and Tylee were present with that red rental car again. And I was outside and the other detectives were inside finishing up crime scene work.
Did you ever learn from Detective Coons or Duncan that they had searched the house and they couldn't find Charles's cell phone?
When I went back the second time, the detectives on scene, Coons and Duncan, had said that they couldn't find his phone.
And you had interviewed Lori, so you knew that at some point she'd had it, right?
Correct.
And she had, in fact, told you multiple times that she had refused to give it back to Charles, right?
That's correct.
But you had never asked her, do you still have it?
I did not.
So you're at the house, you see Lori and Tylee. Did you go ask her about it?
I did.
So can you tell us about that?
I walked up to where the vehicle had pulled up. Tylee was actually still inside the car, and I asked them if they knew where Charles's phone was. And at that point, they volunteered that they had the phone. I believe Tylee pulled it out of the cup holder to hand to me. And I asked them if they knew what the passcode to the phone was, and both of them were able to give me the passcode, and I took custody of the phone from them.
Did Lori tell you anything about where she found the phone?
I think she said that she found the phone in the car.
When you were asking her about her now deceased husband's phone that she found in the car, what is her demeanor like when she's interacting with you again here?
It's the same that it's been the whole time. Pretty calm and kind of unaffected by what's going on.
Did it seem odd to you that she said that she found that inside his car when she was talking to you about having it in her hands and refusing to give it to Charles?
It struck me as a little odd, yes.
So they give you the phone and you said that you were able to get the passcode or PIN for it. Did Lori say she knew it as well?
Lori and Tylee.
And what was the passcode?
I believe it was all zeros.
Okay. Did you ever check to see if that would open the phone?
I did not.
Did you later give Charles's phone to be given to Detective McDonald?
I did.
Conducting a paralegal approach with 245. Do you remember or recognize what Exhibit 245 is?
I do.
And what is that?
So this is evidence item 131035-1, and it's a cell phone in a black case. And then it's kind of common practice, the passcode's on a sticky on the phone.
Is that the phone that was given to you by Tylee with Lori there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you provide that to Officer Allness to then give it to a Detective McDonald?
So Sergeant Ulness, at the time of this, was the sergeant over our computer crime section, which is where Detective McDonald worked. And it's common practice for us to turn over items to them so they can do exams.
And does that phone have the number for this case and other information to indicate to you that it is the phone that you got from LORIVALLOW and or Tylee.
It does.
So each case, is there a specific number? Each case has their own DR number or incident number?
So each investigation will have their own DR number, and then our evidence, each item generates its own unique evidence item number, and those numbers are associated specifically with the specific report number.
And does that then tie in specifically to the phone that we've been discussing that belonged to Charlesvallow?
Correct.
The phone that Lori had talked to you about as the whole reason this whole incident occurred.
Right.
The state will move to admit 245.
Any objection?
No objection.
245 is admitted.
Did you later then submit a request to have an examination or extraction done of Charles's cell phone?
Correct.
And then you said you use the sticky on the front to let them know how to get into it.
Correct. We'll put it, if we know it, we'll put it in the request. But oftentimes.
I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Detective Inkland, who was the case agent on July 11th, 2019?
That would have been Detective Moffett, who's now Lieutenant Moffett.
Okay. And then when did Detective Duncan when did the switch happen from Detective Moffett to Detective Duncan being the case agent? Do you know?
When Detective Moffett was promoted to Sergeant Moffett. Once you're promoted, you go back to patrol as a supervisor. So when you leave the unit, we reassign case officer responsibility to a detective that's currently inside the unit. So if somebody retires or promotes, that case agent responsibility would shift over to someone else.
Okay. Do you know when that was about?
I don't.
Was it like sometime in that year, 2019, or much later?
I don't know.
Okay. You had talked about when you got the call to come and respond to the house on July 11th. About what time was that?
It was probably about 10 or 15 minutes after the initial radio traffic. I just remember I was on the 202 going westbound and my phone rang.
And when you showed up, you had stated that Alex was seated on the curb. Is that correct?
He was the first time I noticed him, yes.
And you also stated that an adult female and Tylee were already across the street when you arrived?
No,
Oh, we weren't there yet.
no.
Okay. How long after you arrived did we arrive?
I don't know when you arrived. I just became aware of you at some point. I did not see you arrive. You were not there when I got there, but at some point you got there and I became aware of you outside.
Okay. But you weren't in the house, correct?
No,
In the morning? So where were you that you didn't see us coming up at that, in between that time?
I was in front of the house.
And was your view obscured by something?
I don't believe so.
So you didn't see us drive up, you just noticed us being there at some point?
Correct.
Okay. And when you first saw us, what were we doing? Were we talking to the officer?
I believe so.
or waiting to talk to the officer?
When I first saw you, Officer Krautheim was standing with you, and it appeared like you were all talking together. I couldn't hear you from where I was at. I just noticed you.
Okay, so you saw him talking to us, but you didn't see us initially come up before when he told us to stay where we were. You didn't see that part.
I just became aware of you standing there.
Okay. And you talked about my demeanor, right? Being ordinary. Is that what you said?
Being ordinary?
You said ordinary, non-emotional, nonchalant.
Correct.
What's your definition of nonchalant?
Pretty almost detached, just calm, doesn't really matter, kind of not extraordinary.
Do you have a degree in psychology?
I do not.
Do you know what a person should act like if they're in a stressful situation?
Oh my God, Lori.
So there isn't one way to act. There's just behavior that is striking.
Striking behavior.
Correct.
Okay.
At some point when you came over to talk to me and my daughter, did we express to you that she needed her medications that were in the house?
I believe so. And that
And what did you instruct us about?
at one point I advised the detectives that were inside of that request, but that a search warrant was happening inside the house. So we would do our best to facilitate people getting things from the house. But the search warrant's going to take precedence to what's going on.
Right, so basically that it's a crime scene and we can't really enter, but someone would try to get them for her?
Correct.
Okay, and did someone go and get them for her?
At that point, we did not have a search warrant. We weren't going to be entering the house or removing any items from the house. We didn't have legal authority to go in and remove items without a search warrant. So nothing was going to be removed from the house at that point.
But you were aware that she needed her panic attack medicine?
I was a-
Objection as to testifying and asked and answered.
Sustained, you can ask her if she was aware that she needed that medication.
You were aware that she needed her medication?
I was aware you made a request for her medication.
And it would have been non-emotional if I was trying to be calm for my daughter?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Were you being calm?
I believe so.
Was Officer Krautheim being calm?
I think so.
Were the firefighters being calm?
I didn't see the firefighters or have any interaction with them.
Were the other detectives being calm?
I believe so.
They don't have any emotional.
The EMS guys were being calm?
Again, I didn't see them and have any interaction with them.
Lori, you're the one
It
that
was a
was
pretty
in a
calm
relationship
environment
with this
that
person
day,
and
was it
you're
not?
being calm.
I don't know if I'd agree with that, but
Well, no one was running around hysterical, right?
correct.
Okay. The information that you received from the briefing, was that from Officer, is it Krautheim? Sorry,
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Was Officer Krautheim the one that gave you the briefing on what had happened?
So Officer Krautheim and Officer Wisbicki, who Sergeant Wisbicki now, provided information to the detectives and my sergeant that had arrived.
And then who briefed you personally?
So it's a kind of a collective conversation. where the initial information is provided and then we start doing assignments, basically.
Right, so Officer, sorry, say his name one more time.
Krautheim.
Krautheim,
Mhm.
okay. I'm gonna write that in phonetically.
Again, object
I'm
to
sorry.
testifying.
So he was wearing a body cam, is that correct? That day? Officer Krautheim.
Correct.
And so was that briefing on body cam?
I don't know.
And you talked about the death notification to me and to Tylee. You said that Tylee and I were in the van. Is that correct?
Correct, when I came over to talk to you.
And who was with you?
My sergeant, Sergeant Lockwood.
And was Detective Moffat not with you as well?
He was not.
And so you had stated that you had asked me to get out of the van? Is that correct?
I was trying to get you to come, my intention was to get you to come out of the van. And then you made a statement that you were there, you already knew.
What did you say that made me say that I was already there?
I was asking you to step out of the van. And you said, I was there, I already know.
I already know what?
That Charles had died. I was trying not to tell you in front of your daughter.
That would have been nice, but that wasn't the point. How did I know you were coming to give me a death notification?
Can I object to speculation?
Sustained.
Did you notify me that I'm going to give you a death notification? I don't want to do it in front of your daughter? What did you say?
It would be slightly redundant to tell you I was doing a death notification if I didn't want to tell you in front of your daughter.
Why would I say to you, I already know?
Sustained, that's, the form of the question calls for her to speculate about your state of mind.
So did you speak to me giving me a death notification, or was it Lockwood?
Lockwood?
Lockwood, sorry. Who spoke to us?
We were both involved in the conversation.
And what was said to us?
You said that you were there and you already knew. And at that point, shortly thereafter, I asked you if you and Tylee would come back to the station to do interviews so I could talk with you.
You asked us if we would come, or you said we're going to go down to the station and interview you?
I asked you if you would come. It was a consensual contact. It was a voluntary interview.
And is this on body cam?
I did not have a body cam at the time, no.
Did Lockwood have a body cam?
He did not. He was assigned to investigations.
So we voluntarily went to the station, is that correct?
Correct.
And you drove, is that correct?
I did.
And it was a 20 or so minute drive.
About that.
And we arrived at the station and you separated us into 2 rooms, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you ask me permission to speak to my minor daughter?
I indicated to you that I wanted to interview both of you and that we would go do the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center.
And what is the protocol for interviewing a minor?
It depends on the circumstances where you're interviewing them.
Okay, and are you a certified forensic interview of children?
I am.
And so would that be something that you would ask the parent if you could interview the minor child?
It depends on the circumstances.
Okay, and did you ask me?
I did not specifically ask your permission.
Did you ask Tylee if she wanted to be interviewed?
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Well, the question, I'll overrule the objection. The question is, did you ask Tylee, yes or no?
I did at one point ask if I could speak with her.
Did either of us know that we were being videotaped?
I don't know.
Were we told that we were being videotaped?
No.
At that time, when we entered into the rooms, you left Tylee in there alone and came in to interview me. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long was that interview that you and I had?
I think it's about 35, 40 minutes, maybe a little longer.
And so that whole time, Tylee was in the room by herself,
Correct.
not knowing she was being videoed, correct?
I don't know if she knew or not.
And without her medication, correct?
I don't know, but I believe so.
And I was worried about her, if you recall. Is that correct?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Do you always wear your gun when you are doing a forensic interview of a child?
The majority of the time now, yes, because my assignment's different. When my assignment was in our family violence unit and I was doing forensic interviews of child victims, then no.
Did you treat us like we were victims that day?
Actually, yes.
And did you think that wearing your gun might be intimidating to a child?
No, given her age, no.
Is that your normal protocol?
An object asked and answered.
She can answer. Overruled.
For which part?
For wearing your gun doing a forensic interview of a child?
So I wasn't doing a DFI of Tylee. I was doing an interview with a witness to a scene. If it was a DFI, it would be different.
How would it be different?
So a dedicated forensic interview of a child is much different. It's structured much different. It's conducted much differently, and they're typically done of victims of very specific allegations. Physical child abuse, sexual child abuse, things along those lines. The interview with Tylee was done basically as a witness interview. I did defer some to almost like a victim status, but her interview wasn't a DFI. It wasn't done as a dedicated forensic interview. She was a witness, a potential witness to a homicide.
How long did you interview Tylee for?
I believe we talked for about similar amount of time, 30, 40 minutes.
At the time, that day on July 11th, did you believe Tylee?
I'm going to object.
Sustained.
With your experience in forensically interviewing children, did you think Tylee's demeanor was genuine that day?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you have a reason to think that she might be making something up?
I'm going to object again to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you learn during Tylee's interview?
I'm going to object right there to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you learn during my interview that Tylee came in with a bat?
I did.
And was that confirmed by Tylee?
And I'm going to object, Your Honor, pretrial ruling
yeah.
hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar?
No, that's hearsay. It's sustained.
At the end of our interviews, Detective Inklin, where did you put us?
You stayed in the Family Advocacy Center until we were ready to leave.
And did you put us in a room with a victim's advocate?
I did.
and introduce us to her?
We did.
And we spoke to her.
I believe so, yes.
And then after however long that was, then you came in with my brother Alex. Is that correct?
We met them outside of the Family Advocacy Center, and then we left to go back to the house.
And you stated that I chatted the whole way back. Is that correct?
You did.
It wasn't Tylee and Alex chatting the whole way. It was me specifically.
You mostly.
It wasn't me just looking out the window and them talking to you.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
You can answer. Overruled. You can answer.
Can you ask it again?
It wasn't Alex and Tylee speaking to you and me just looking out the window the whole way home.
No.
And then when we got back to the house, what happened then?
You, Tylee, and Alex left in the rental car, the little red like SUV, and I spoke briefly with the detectives who were on the scene.
Who told us to leave in the rental car?
I don't recall who told you. I just know that Alex could not take his vehicle because the search warrant was still going and the vehicle was on the curtilage of the property.
Right. So we were told we couldn't take the truck. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And we were told we couldn't take Tylee's Jeep. Is that correct?
Correct. It was in the garage.
And we couldn't take my car because it was in the garage as well.
I believe so.
And so our only alternative, because we couldn't enter the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And that we were told that we could come back later, but not at that time. Is that correct?
At the conclusion of the search warrant, yes.
And so we were told that we could take the rental car because it wasn't behind the police tape. Is that correct?
Correct. It wasn't part of the search warrant.
That we could leave and that we could come back later after we picked up JJ from school. Is that correct?
You could come back, assuming you picked him up from school, yes.
Well, that's not what we were instructed to do.
Objection, again, testifying.
Sustained.
So we left, is that correct? And then you entered the house after that?
You left, correct, and I entered the house after that, correct.
And what did you do inside the house after we left?
I had some brief discussion with the detectives who were on scene and at that point left to go work on another case.
So in the brief discussions that you had with whoever this was, were you briefing them on the events of what had happened up to that point, or?
So Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were present, along with Detective Werther. There was a crime scene technician as well. And they were briefly discussing some of the artifacts that they had found in the search warrant and kind of what they were going to do. And I indicated if I wasn't needed, I was going to go work on other casework.
Okay. And then you left shortly after that?
I did.
About what time do you think that was?
I honestly have no idea.
Do you know what time we got back to the house?
I don't specifically recall, no.
You indicated that when we came back to do for Alex to do the walkthrough, that you realized you didn't have Charles' phone. Is that correct?
They had indicated prior to you coming back that they had not recovered Charles's phone. So when you returned, I asked you and subsequently Tylee about Charles's phone and where it was at.
And did she hand over the phone to you right away, right?
She did. She picked it up out of the cup holder and handed it to me.
And that's where it had been pretty much the whole day since I ran out the door with it.
I'm going to object to speculation and
Sustained.
testifying.
And then you asked us for the code. Is that correct?
I did.
And Tylee gave you the code. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was about what time?
It was later in the afternoon, but I don't remember what time.
And then what happens to the phone as far as chain of custody? What happened from you taking it from Tylee to where it went next?
So our computer crimes detectives work within the main station where I work. Most of our detectives work out of there. And they do the physical exams and the downloads of the phones, computers, electronic devices there at the station. Our property room is separate. It's about a mile away from the police department. So typically when we have cell phones or devices that need exams, we will immediately deliver the device to the computer crime section. Their work space, their cubicles and workspace upstairs is a dedicated locked area. The only people that can get into where their cubicles and exam space are the detectives that work in that area. So it sounds silly. We go up and bang on the door and get in touch with somebody, and we will turn devices over to them. And then in our property section and our report management, we do what's called an evidence continuity sheet. So that shows how items travel from place to place, person to person, like a phone to a computer detective, or like evidence from the property room to the lab or something like that. So we will physically hand over items to the computer crimes detectives. Often cell phones have very time sensitive criteria as well. So we don't typically impound them straight into property. They go straight to a computer crimes detective.
Okay, so I'm going to backtrack a little bit. Thank you for that. I'm going to backtrack to, from your hands, it goes into a evidence bag?
No, it's usually in a bag. It's not sealed because we hand it over because they're going to do an exam.
So who did you hand it over to them at the station, or did you give it to someone else at the house?
No, it got handed over at the station in their workspace. They typically don't come out to scenes unless we request them. So the majority of the time we're turning evidence over to them at the station or their work area.
Okay, so just so I understand, it went from you to them.
Correct.
So you had it in your hands and delivered it to them at the station that day?
I believe so, yes.
And so according to the grand jury, it was at 3:11 p.m.
Your
Honor.
Oh, sorry.
The objection sustained.
My understanding was that it was about
Hold on,
3.
hold on.
Objection.
Let's break for the evening recess. Let's have the jurors report and be ready for 10:15 tomorrow morning, 10:15. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. The jury is no longer present.
It's the LORIVALLOW case.
All right, you can't phrase questions as your understanding or what you believe or what you remember. All those are forms of testifying, so you have to be careful how you ask your question. Also, I sustain an objection because of the reference to the grand jury and what was said in the grand jury proceedings. You can use that time and ask the witness, is 3:30 sound right, for example? But let's move on. The reason that I allowed in the various different clips of the defendant's statement over the defendant's, I should say, interview at the police station over the defendant's objection, Rule 106 isn't really applicable in that situation. Rule 106 is intended to complete a statement when only a portion of the statement is offered and it distorts or changes the meaning of the actual statement. And it's really meant for very short statements, not entire interviews or versions of what happened. Additionally, the state has the discretion to only admit certain parts of your statement that are admissions. They're not going to admit statements, nor should they admit statements that are self-serving hearsay. So there's a reason why your interview has been cut up into different pieces. That's just for the record. Let's have everyone ready at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll discuss those other motions, give the defendant a chance to meet with her team about those other motions that we talked about this morning. So we'll do that at 10. We'll have the jury here and ready to go at 10:15 to resume with this witness. Anything else from the state,
Here you are.
from the defense?
Yes, we have one item, Your Honor. On Thursday, we were handed this by the state in the morning. It's a new extraction of the devices of charlesvallow, and it's the gray key that we had requested, but none of them open. So we have a flash drive, and we got it to our expert, and now it's.
Go there.
What?
I have to go see him. He doesn't.
So they're not opening. So I don't know if we need to get a new extraction or if it was tested
Well, I
before it
don't-
was handed over.
I don't know if it's a matter of what program's being used to open it. Do we know? I think we need more information.
We can't utilize it if it's blank.
Well,
So
is it Mr. Dworkin says he can't open it at all?
it's my investigator that can't open it, and then he'll hand it over to Mr.
Why
Dworkin
don't you
as
just
well.
tell me, sir? What's your name for the record?
Jeff White.
All right, what's the problem?
I tried to open it. I had Lonnie on the phone this morning. He's out of town, but he is on his way he's on his way back. He won't be here till probably 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. And I need to go up and see if he's able to extract any information from it.
Are you just trying to click on it and opening it? Or are you opening it with a particular program?
I sat with him and we were going over things for about 4 hours this morning.
Okay. I guess, where's the extraction coming from? Who's handing that over to you?
That is the Chandler Police Department handed over the raw data from Gray Key. So it's just raw random data. So I don't know it.
So it's not,
It's not parsed into any sort of way to read.
The reader. That's what I was working with Lonnie.
There is no reader with it. It would have to be then input into a Cellbrite to parse the data. It is the Gray Key raw data.
All right.
And was trying to do that this morning, and that's what I spent 4 hours doing this morning.
I think unless you have a Cellbrite account, you're not going to be able to open that.
I have two different kinds of, I have the old version and the new version of Cellbrite, and I couldn't get them to open. The Cellbrite that they gave us is an old version, the 7.2, I think it is. And I think
They gave us? We didn't give you Cellbrite.
it's on the.
That's a UFED reader. That's not Cellbrite.
The Cellbrite is on the Discovery, is on the.
With that,
I'm sorry?
with the Discovery we just handed over?
With the Discovery that was handed over before, it's downloaded onto my computer.
No, I think that's right.
All right.
With the FDRs.
I'm not sure that
I got
that's
two
correct.
different
I
ones.
think that it would need to go to Mr. Dworkin to review.
Is there someone at the police department that Mr. Dworkin can maybe get on a call with to try to figure out what the disconnect is here?
Oh, he should be, hopefully, in the next hour and 40 minutes, he'll be back home.
I guess if he has a problem, I mean, obviously I have multiple problems with the fact that we're still talking about an expert that has been presumptively precluded.
Right.
While the state is nearing ending its case in chief. That
I
being
guess
said,
in theory, it could be for the next trial, but I don't know that that's going to happen either.
So I guess I would need to know first if that's actually a problem for Mr. Dworkin or not. And then if so, we would have to try to, perhaps he could explain why it's a problem.
I guess, is there someone Mr. Dworkin a contact point to try to figure out why, if it's a problem on this end versus that end?
I don't have anyone off the top of my head. My case agent is out ill today, so I couldn't tell you who that would be.
Okay.
Your Honor, she had an expert come to testify this about the gray key. I don't know if he's a person that was on the stand on Thursday that we could ask about this. I don't know if he made the extractions and gave them to the prosecution.
I don't know if that's technically an extraction as opposed to the raw data.
That is just the raw data.
I'm still trying to figure out, is it a problem with what's been disclosed, or is it a problem with who's trying to open it, the correct programs? I guess get with Mr. Dworkin later tonight and see if it can be resolved. If not, I'm gonna have to figure out who he needs to contact or try to problem solve tomorrow sometime.
We'll let you know in the morning, Your Honor.
But again, this is unlikely to be an issue for this trial, but it could be something for the next trial. All right, we'll be at recess. I wish I had a better resolution, but I don't right now.
I'm traveling.
Alrighty. So that concludes today. LORIVALLOW is the doomsdaycultmom. She's accused of conspiring with her brother to murder her fourth husband, charlesvallow. She's already been convicted of conspiring with her brother, Alex Cox, and her fifth husband of the murders of her two children and Chad Daybell, which is her fifth husband's wife. So, anywho, that concludes for today. I will be back tomorrow with some more. I appreciate everybody that came by and hit the like, shared the live, commented, subbed if they haven't. It means the world to me. And let the ones you love and care about know that you love and care about them, because tomorrow is never promised. And yeah, stay away from wackadoodles. All right, everybody have a blessed night.
Turn me up, AV.
Put your eyes on me, yeah, like the spotlight. Recognize me showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one to love it on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty. Know just what it is, I got it on me. And you hold me down, you like my homie. Just know I got you, dog, just what it gon' be. Definition of bestie, definition of friendship, definition of rider, definition relentless. She's a strong woman, she's a sweet lady, she's a great mother. Let your pain get achy. Yeah, I made that girl on YouTube. She never dims my light or put me in her dark mood. And I thank you, you appreciate it. You're my favorite girl on YouTube, and I can't fake it. You still got faith in me, make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot. Who still got faith in me, make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot. Yeah. Met Lil Charlotte on this show called BDP, you know what I'm talking about? Shit. We been cool ever since, my nigga, you know what I'm talking about? Put your eyes on me, yeah, like the spotlight. Recognize me showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one to love it on side.